transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first regular meeting of August of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is August 7th. It is 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Vice Chair Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your blessing upon those who are assembled. Give now our leaders your strength and direction. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic. Thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 240498, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the first regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, nothing, Madam Clerk?
I don't have
Commissioners,
anything.
any items? If not, we have a motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 4 yeas, 5 with Commissioner Hall. Bottom of page 5. First regular meeting agenda. 240511, adoption of the first regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I have one item to be removed on page 7. 240520, Human Resources Management. Request approval to modify an amendment to policy 320-16, outside employment policy. This item has been requested to be moved to the August 21st second regular meeting agenda.
All right, why is that being removed today? It's pretty straightforward.
Well, I would say that it's not as straightforward perhaps as it may seem. In other words, it has a huge number of restrictions in there, at least from my first review of it. I wanted to have a chance to talk with Sue about it before we brought it forward to the board.
Okay. Anything else, Madam Clerk? All right, Commissioners? All right, is there a motion? Is there a motion? All right, motion to adopt as amended by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 240512, ratification of minutes, second regular meeting minutes, June 26th. First regular meeting minutes, post-agenda minutes, July 10th. First regular meeting minutes, July 10th. Special call meeting, post-agenda minutes, July 29th, 2024.
All right, motion to adopt by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, 240513, presentation of proclamations and certificates. Proclamation recognizing top 20 best county for Economic Development Week, sponsored by Chairman Pitts and the full Board of Commissioners.
It's sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners. That's not correct.
We all love each other, so y'all get close.
Who's the designated reader? I thought you were going to do it. We do it? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, no, I won't.
All right. All right. I've been tabbed to be the designated reader for this morning, so. All right. Man, this is a big group.
Big county.
Takes a lot of work.
Big county, right? And this is something definitely big to recognize. Whereas Site Selection Magazine, recognized as the leading publication in corporate real estate, facility planning, location analysis, and foreign direct investment, listed Fulton County, Georgia, as a top 20 best county for economic development projects in 2024. And whereas Fulton County made a significant leap in the national rankings, moving from number 11 in 2023 to an impressive number 4 this year among America's top counties. And whereas Fulton County also achieved the prestigious number 1 position in the best Interstate 85 county ranking for economic development projects. And whereas recent major wins for Fulton County include high-profile companies such as Adobe, SK Battery America, Amazon Music, Cummins, Resia Manufacturing, Microsoft, GCI Restaurant Group, MasterCard, Newegg Commerce, Nike, Prize Picks, and Cargill. And whereas these projects span various sectors, including technology, manufacturing, and finance, strengthening the regional economy, and whereas these distinctions highlight the exceptional economic development, performance, and investment and traction in the county. And whereas Fulton County government is committed to fostering a business-friendly climate that will attract new private investments to enable the county to remain competitive and generate new jobs and opportunities for our citizens. And whereas Select Fulton is the economic development arm for Fulton County and provides a comprehensive suite of services to support large corporate capital investment and job creation. And whereas Select Fulton works closely with its 15 distinct cities, various local and regional chambers of commerce, the Georgia Department of Economic Development, utility providers, and community improvement districts to help spur economic development, to foster growth, and to promote trade and commerce in Fulton County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County encourages all citizens to recognize the economic success of our collective community and to celebrate the impact Fulton County and its economic development partners have had in supporting investment and job creation, and does hereby proclaim August 5th through 9th, 2024, as Top 20 Best County for Economic Development Week in Fulton County, Georgia. All right. All right. Thank you to our designated sign waiver here, and then I'm going to turn it over to Samir for some remarks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samir Abdullahi. I'm the director of Select Fulton. We're the economic development arm here for Fulton County. By virtue of being at the end of today's board meeting, or an agenda item at the end, I'm going to be brief in my remarks, but I do want to celebrate all the partners that are here today, as was mentioned in the proclamation. The Georgia Department of Economic Development, the Metro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce, Georgia Power. We have some of our CIDs, Aerotropolis Alliance, some of our cities. As I said upstairs, economic development is very much a team sport. We are very blessed here in Fulton County in being the economic engine for the Metro Atlanta region. We represent 1 in 3 jobs, 50% of all wages generated in that 29-county region. And so I really like to think that the success of our region and the state is very much dependent on our ability to convert on opportunities here in Fulton County. And as I always say, we celebrate the work that has been done thus far, but acknowledge the work that is still to be done. And pleased that everyone was here to join us. So thank you. Oh, I have to hold the. You want to hold that? And I'll move that. Oh, he doesn't.
You're holding. And it's, with our sign.
All right, as close as you.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 6, public hearings, 240514, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have received 8 speaker cards here in Assembly Hall. Would the first 5 speakers please come forward? Judge Jane Morrison, L.A. Pink, J. Wesley Day, Mike Russell, and Maggie McCullum.
All right, when you have 15 seconds left and your 2 minutes, I'll say 15 seconds. That's your key to begin to conclude your remarks. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. I'm Jane Morrison. You know me here as part of the Fulton County government. I'm honored to be before you here today as the spouse of a deceased colleague of yours, Commissioner Joan Garner. Many of you knew her, and took good care of her while she was your member. Just brought a picture to remind you of her commitment to the Fulton County Library system. You were very gracious at Joan's passing, and you honored her in many wonderful ways. You flew the flags at half-mast. It touched me deeply. It touched her family. And then on August 30th in 2021, you named a library after her, a library that's located on Ponce de Leon Avenue. That was right in the heart of the city where Joan lived, the heart of the county where Joan lived, and it meant a lot to her and her family and her constituents. We love to go vote there, and we really enjoyed having that library have her name on it. However, the signage on that library is a little small to read her name. Instead, it says Ponce Library, Spanish conquistador who pillaged his way up through the Americas. But how about getting Joan's name on that library in larger print, a way to honor her in a solid, concrete way with a solid, concrete cost? Changing the signage would be a fixed item on your budget. It would be over and done and last for many years and show our respect to who was a great lady and someone who we all care for still. Thank you very much. That's it for my time. I believe Commissioner Thorne has a proposal to do just what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maggie McCullum, and I want to speak to the board this morning about the increase in fares for the seniors for the share ride. I wanted to say that we know that we are on a fixed income, and I know you probably have already made up your mind to actually pass this for the seniors that are already struggling. So please consider the $1 fee for the $4. That just went up tremendously high for us as seniors. We know that you probably could have done 50% instead of, seems like it was about 300 or 400% that you went up so high for a struggling amount of people that are already struggling. Also, I wanted to share with you about the home repairs. Nobody actually contacted me on this board to say, well, I understand we'll try to do what we can to assist seniors. We are struggling. We know that the building is astronomically going so fast in our communities that we can't even keep up. We just need a little help. We don't want a handout. We just want a hand up. We help build this community. We want y'all to know that we are here and we want to stay here. We don't want to see our things on the courtyard steps over there.
All right, 15 seconds.
I would appreciate that you consider what I have spoke to each and one of you about today for seniors. Thank you.
Justice is the bridge between suffering and healing. I toil and suffer at the hands of Keith Gamage and the Fulton County criminal justice system. I come to you asking that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners be the bridge to my justice. I thank Madam Khadijah for starting that effort, but the bigger question is, how do we prevent this from happening to someone else? There needs to be legislation in place whereas charges cannot be added unless the defendant is notified. Charges can't be upgraded unless the defendant is notified. Charges need to be reasonably added within 6 to 9 months, not 2 years, as Keith Gamage has ruined my life. See, using myself as an example, I was beaten. I have my assailant on camera, but I got charged with a misdemeanor of fray. Keith Gamage waited nearly 2 years to upgrade that charge to a felony. Although I had an attorney, Gerald Griggs, no one informed me. Therefore, Delta was the one informing my employer. As a result, I was considered dishonest. A second occasion, I was at the Cheesecake Factory, waiting on a $100 order. The popo came and told me I had to leave. I asked why. They put me in handcuffs and charged me with trespassing, although I had a $100 food order I was waiting on. But Keith Gamage, once again, waited nearly 2 years
15 seconds.
and added obstruction to justice. I would think that the popo would have added obstruction to justice if that was the case. That's how my life has been ruined at the hands of Fulton County Justice System. And once again, thank you, Khadijah.
Good morning, everyone. So often we come down here and we are giving you guys what the political gangbangers and the corrupt crew is doing. But today we come down here just to give some recognition to some good officers. Sister Khadijah, we thank you so much. Mike Russell and Miss Dorothy put on an amazing community event yesterday, and Sister Khadijah came down and shared some love with the community. And we talked about two officers, Officer Allen and Officer Ibanez. I got his name right. These two gentlemen serve in Grove Park, and they have done some amazing work in Grove Park and need to be having some recognition about it. I know, like I said, we talk about Ike Arrington. He's not here today because he's in Marcus venue. I wonder if he's there with Sheriff LeButt, because he is nowhere to be found for us to file him these paperwork. However, let me get back to the real deal. I'm sorry, Alan and Ibanez, for ruining y'all's moment. But these two officers took upon themselves to tame a situation that could have got really out of control and didn't. And I would like to just openly just say thank you to these officers, and spend this a little bit of time to just show you guys that the code of corruption has not gotten to everyone. And we thank you guys for all the work that you do in Grove Park. I know that they don't pay you enough, but we are asking them to give you more.
15 seconds.
All right? So we thank you guys for all that you've done, and even just for the incident that took place that could have cost a young man his life, and y'all gave him back his life. And we thank you.
My name is Mike Russell, and I want to echo what my sister, L.A. Pink, said. It was a wonderful event we had yesterday with our sister neighborhoods, Grove Park, Center Hill, and it was what National Night Out is supposed to be about, bringing the community together with the first responders, in this case, particularly the police. We had the police chief there, who I think is the best police chief in America right now, and we had those two officers that she mentioned. And they could have made this a really terrible situation for two of our homeless youth. That's right, two homeless youth in our neighborhood. But those officers came there with compassion and understanding because they know our neighborhood, and they did the right thing by those young people. And who did they call? They called L.A. Pink, because they knew that she would help take care of the situation and find a place for those homeless youth. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank Vice Chair's Chief of Staff, Vincent Watkins, for putting this all together and making sure that the officers were there last night to receive their due recognition. And for Vice Chair Khadijah for coming and presenting them with the letter. It meant a world of difference to us in our community. When I think what could have happened to those two young people, and it didn't, because we have some good folks working in this county. Unfortunately, we still have the cult of corruption crew, starting with the sheriff and the DA. And I'm gonna ask y'all for the 100th time to please start an investigation. We need 4 votes to dig into those two departments and to find out what's going on.
15 seconds.
Why do we keep dropping this issue? What are we doing about the pet mobile and the missing funds from the inmate welfare fund and the $500K that the DA's office spent on swag that should have been spent on youth?
Last three speakers in Assembly Hall, please come forward. DeJuan Robinson, Siegfried D. White, I.J.P. Wallace.
Good morning, Board. Mr. Chair, I think you guys, I missed the last meeting when you guys dismantled the Fulton County Board. But I like most of my colleagues that come down here, I'm not in favor of one lady that you pick, Miss Felicia Moore. So it seems like you're going from bad to worse. And when you look at it, if you guys was to have communication across the street, corruption, 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 you have appointed a person to be the chair over there that is just as corrupt and as wrong as the person that you guys wanted to get rid of. And I think that's a bad choice, and we're going to have that revolving door once again. Mr. Dick Anderson, you're the city manager, which I think you're the highest paid official besides, you know what I'm saying, your friend Arthur Fernandad. I would just like for you to pay more attention when people speak and just give a little bit more concern, and I would like to have you guys to hold them accountable. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody's above reproach. Third, there's a city council race that's coming up post 3. And I would like for some of you guys to keep your staff members and the people out of this race. I don't play them games. We play them games with some people at Fulton County, but in the city of Atlanta, when I'm involved, we're not playing them games. Keep your staff, keep your friends out of this race. They have no business in this race playing these games, and we're not going to do that. And lastly, we need to have an official forensic audit in Arthur Fernandad office, the Fulton County Tax Commission, and the Tax Assessor Office. Mr. Pitts, I know you're very vocal about certain things. This is one of the main things that we need to be having done. I don't know why we can't ask for it. Mr. Ellis, Ms. Thorne, Ms. Barrett, I know all of you guys hate corruption. Just as much as Ms. Abdul-Rahim, Ms. Nellie Hall, everybody
15
hates
seconds.
corruption. But when it comes to certain people, it's like we're afraid to touch it. Are we going to wait another 4 years to hear from Arthur Fernandad? No, let's get it done now. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Reverend Siegfried Darcell White. Have an organization called Concerned Dads, where we go into the Fulton County community and work with the homeless individuals. I will ask the Commissioner to try to speak with the Fulton County, I would say, officer. I am tired of seeing homeless people land on the side of the street, close to the street, where cars can come and hit them while they land on the street. Right outside, I think it's Fulton, the Fulton County courthouse, homeless individuals just land on the street. I know that something can be done about that. They're homeless. And also I talked about the film industry that comes here and get all this money, and the homeless people get no respect. They're being moved. I was very outraged when I found out that the homeless people had been moved due to the fact that they was making a movie. Please tax those people. Put some money on those people that come here, a 1% tax or whatever tax. You know, it's unfair for homeless people to move when someone is there to just to make a movie. In the wintertime, they are dying. We have a lot of people dying during the wintertime, freezing to death. That's how Concerned Dad got started, not on my watch. And we can do something about that. I'm very concerned. And also, I'm concerned.
15 seconds.
I'm concerned about the fact that the killing at the jail, the death at the jail, something need to be done about that. I understand that money was given, y'all voted to give money, but also I'd like to meet with some of you all to help me to
Gracious Wallace, on the papers, IJP Wallace. I'm here to speak in reference to, I went to pay my taxes last week. Upon doing that, I was hit in the face with a service charge along with paying my taxes. This has nothing to do with me being a senior citizen or being a disabled vet. I think all citizens who pay their taxes probably hit with this service charge. I don't understand why I'm paying, and then I hit the face with paying $20.56 more than my taxes was. That doesn't sit with me in my head, probably a lot of people when I'm bringing this up. Could you all please look into that? And that, I think that needs to be abolished, okay? Secondly is, I've been trying to get in, I didn't come for this, but I hear people talking about crime, et cetera, et cetera. If I have a way, and I don't want no recognition, no pay, none of that, I want to just see it done. I have a way of somebody to listen that can help curtail some of this crime for adults as well as youth. I don't want no money, no recognition. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 23 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Matt Ruenzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. I wanted to speak this morning on the millage rate. Would certainly prefer a full rollback so that we don't have to experience a tax increase. Again, I know that there's a lot of challenges to deal with, but I'm getting really tired of government not having to claw back their spending when we as individuals and households have to do it, especially right now during these economic times. You've probably already seen some of the corrections in the market, so we don't know what the future is going to look like. It looks really bad when government can't take some responsibility and claw back its spending. We already know there's waste. We just went through some of the corruption last week in a hearing, right? I've shared again with the elections department. They're spending they want to spend $40 million this year, but they spent 27 in 2022 in a very similar election in size. So getting really tired of coming back and saying the same thing over and over again, right? And Commissioner Harrington isn't even here today. So I think that should speak volumes to his constituents. And I will share a previous example of him when this county was voting on the budget and the proposed millage rate. Both he and you, Commissioner Hall, tried to pretend that you weren't, that it wasn't going to have a tax impact. So your words were of the note that we weren't voting on a tax, rate today, which is totally gaslighting the public. And so I asked Commissioner Harrington on one of his town halls if an increase to the millage rate generally would increase the tax rate, and he said yes.
15 seconds.
Okay, so we're really tired of this disingenuous, behavior from the two of you. So glad to see you go, Ms. Hall. But yes, please try and keep the millage rate as low as possible. A full rollback would be preferred. Thank you very much.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, commissioners and staff, and special greetings, fellow citizens. Ben Howard, senior advocate and public policy analyst. Kudos and thanks to mainstream media, online media, and print media for helping to shine the light that brought about the demise of that bullying entity posing as a county housing authority board. Kudos and thanks to you 5 Fulton County commissioners who put forth the names of 5 competent citizens to serve on this new housing authority board with honesty, integrity, and transparency. Regarding senior transportation, oh, how we miss the days when gutsy leaders would rally senior citizens and fill Assembly Hall in protest against the creeping erosions of senior citizens' benefits. Limit a senior's transportation trips to just 8 per month? No, thank you. Cut short the rising number of seniors who can ride each month? No, thank you. Quadruple the cost of senior transportation to the elderly and aging? No, thank you. No, thank you. Stay tuned.
The next person to speak is Kevin Muldowney.
Thank you. Good morning. Concerning the property tax increase, which we would incur if the millage rate is kept the same, we can't handle any more increases in property tax. Our home values have increased, but that's not money in our pockets. Why should that be money in your pockets? We need a full rollback. We need government. We need our county government to work efficiently. You know, spending is just, we need to cut. We need, everybody's up against the same thing. I'm on a fixed income. I'm facing, 20+% inflation over the past 3 years. Please give us a full rollback. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Derek Blassingame.
So I didn't hear Derek Blaskin. All right, thank you for the opportunity to address the Fulton County Board of County Commissioners, even though I am in the great county of DeKalb. I want to come on here and clarify a thing. Many of you have accused me of being crazy, but I'm from the great state of Ohio. The state of Ohio elected 9 United States presidents since this was founded. Not crazy, courageous. There's a thin line between courage and crazy. Let me rewind it for a second. Remember when Dr. King said he wanted to desegregate the bus systems? Everybody said he was crazy. Remember when he said he wanted to pass the Civil Rights, Voting Rights Act? Everyone thought he was crazy. Let's fast forward a little bit more. When Obama in the Midwest, when Barack Obama, as we called him, Barry, said he wanted to run for the United States president, everybody said he was crazy. It takes courage to prove that crazy is no different from being courageous. Secondly, to the vice chair, I am not a Muslim. I have never worked, I have never adhered here.
Okay, the call dropped. The next person to speak is Lou Ingenwerson.
Hi. Again, I'd like to address the board on the fact of the millage rate. What I would like for the board to know, which you probably already know, but I'd like to reiterate the fact that home values have gone up 5% year over year throughout the Atlanta metro area. And in certain areas, I'm in North Fulton, it has gone up even more. So that is an automatic raise for the overall gross receipts that come into the county. So I'm just requesting that the board take that into account. And so when you look at that millage rate of going to 3%, if you've gotten 5% over year already throughout the Atlanta metro area, including North Fulton, then I'd like to have you kind of, like the other gentleman said, roll back the increase of the millage rate, at least for this year. All right. Thank you. That's all I needed.
The next person to speak is Florence LaCroix.
Mute. Yes, I am Florence LaCroix. Thank you for allowing me this time to talk. I am an anesthesiologist and an adjunct professor at Georgia State University. Today, I speak in my role as a physician. I believe there are better ways to spend the money that Atlanta and Fulton County to place in order to have a better place to live than lowering the property taxes paid by the rich developers of trophy properties. In order to budget for all of Fulton County's expenses, the loss in revenue needs to be made up by increasing the property taxes on our individual property owners. This can help cause the mileage rate to increase for our city and county residents. As you know, housing costs have dramatically increased in the last few years, and this includes the increase in property taxes. For millennials and Gen Zers, their priority when voting for an elected official is the issue of increasing housing costs. I believe that if you'll help their constituents, your constituents, and increases the likelihood of being elected, if you decide not to place the unfair burden of property tax in homeowners. And as regarding congratulations on Fulton County being a great place to live, one of the reasons corporations select here is because of the availability of good schools, affordable housing, and the safety of our residents. The increased revenue we can get from these developers can help us with all those things. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Brenda Cole. Brenda Cole. Okay, the next person to speak is Carrie Aiken. Carrie Aiken. The next person to speak is Ezel Grant. Ezel Grant. Next person to speak is Felisa Cordy. Felisa Cordy. The next person to speak is James Bagwell. James Bagwell. The next person to speak is Keith Gardenhire. Keith Gardenhire. The next person to speak is Marty Breen. Marty Breen.
Jesus.
The next person to speak is Rebecca Little. Rebecca Little. Next person to speak is Sean Reed. Sean Reed. Okay, the next person to speak is Marty Breen. Marty Breen.
Hello. Thank you for taking the time to hear from citizens today. I am concerned, like many people are, about the fact that individual property owners of homes that have been in Fulton County for years are seeing increases in property values, while trophy developers are not paying their fair share of property taxes. That increases the burden on Fulton County residents and makes it unsustainable, especially for seniors that live in our area. And I would like to see the developers start paying their fair share of taxes. Julian Benet has shown and has published data in the AJC that the shortfall of taxes that is going onto the shoulders of individual taxpayers or homeowners, and we would like to see that stop. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Shuab Balongan.
Hello. So I just wanted to make a comment about the increase in property taxes. As most people have already stated previously, there's been an increase in the property values, but recently in the last year or so, we've started to see a correction in the housing market. So I just want all of this to be put into consideration as we consider the property taxes, that if it's possible for there to be a reduction in the mileage rate and consequently there be a rollback, because it's just becoming really unsustainable for property owners, giving a period of high inflation and such. Thank you for your consideration.
The next person to speak is, Sheila Hamilton.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to speak on a concern that I have about 4701 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, the evidence room of Fulton County and the city of South Fulton, how the property, once a case is closed and concluded, the police there can't find the property. And I had the opportunity to be there the week of July the 29th, and a woman who was waiting for her property along with myself and others brought in her daughter, and the daughter was arrested the weekend, and that was that weekday, and they couldn't find the daughter's property, which was a purse and several other items. The Lieutenant Wood advised the woman that they had to find the officer. They were trying to find the officer and what he had done with the property. Again, I have a concern about why property is not found or lost. I'm still waiting on Lieutenant Wood to contact me about property that I am representing someone for having power of attorney. I called Commissioner Khadijah's office yesterday and found out that this address is under her jurisdiction. So I don't know what the problem is, if the property is being taken or if it's intentionally being lost.
15 seconds, ma'am.
But that is a concern that I have along with others. I appreciate what you can do to assist with this problem. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Taurus Gamble. Taurus Gamble. Next person to speak is Tish Guy. Tish Guy. Okay, the last to speak is Tamonica Jones. Tamonica Jones. And this concludes our Zoom public comments.
Thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
240515, Finance, Fiscal Year 2024 General Fund Millage Rate Public Hearing. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have received 7 speaker cards here in Assembly Hall. Will the first 5 speakers please come forward? L.A. Pink, Mike Russell, Maggie McCullum, Julian Benny, James Martin.
All right, I'd like to open the public hearing on the 2024 General Fund millage rate. Again, when you have 15 seconds left, I'll just say 15 seconds, and that's your key to begin to conclude your remarks. First speaker.
Morning again. Who is exempt? Movies, nonprofit, but I'm just a senior citizen. I have been sent here on behalf of seniors on a mission to request no tax increase. You may be rich enough to pay your taxes, but we are refugees trying to make it in our community. I'm a chartered member. I'm a demolition of the team. I'm blasting through walls, and you are invited. If you believe that all your heart that you may answer yes with all your heart to those who are struggling and receive tax break exemption on our taxes, do you care if we lose our houses? What more can I make of this? A tooth and a nail fight. To finish, I'm trying to finish, y'all. We just want fairness, commissioners. Do we matter to you all? Do you know who we are in this great scheme of things? Do we count for anything? So many messages that are mixed. Consider walking in our shoes. Now,
15
make the right
seconds.
decision. We're asking for a hand up one more time. And Commissioner Hall, I received a call from your office and I never got a response call back. Please. Thank you.
So she's one of thousands, as you guys know, that if the tax increase goes up, they go out. And unlike all the other things, who's not here? Ike Arrington, the one that's asking for all of this. He's out on taxpayer dollars. Imagine that. The one person that is saying they want a tax increase is right now out on taxpayer dollars. We have elders that are on fixed incomes. There's nothing they can do if the taxes go up, but be put out their homes. And now that is left for us as the community, as community advocates, as community leaders, to what? Help them get into another place to stay, which we shouldn't have to be dealing with that. Not when they have a home that they can be in, and all we have to do is stop having people take all these trips and buy all these luxury things. We have a DA right now, Funny Willis on Grey Goose, getting loose in their body can get it, Jezebel, that have taken millions of dollars. And y'all have given it to her. To do what? She was supposed to do cases and all the above. We got Sheriff LaButte that was supposed to do millions of different things in the jail. The jail could have been fixed by now. But he's sitting up here playing on the is he with Ike Arrington? Are they on another paid vacation in Martha's Vineyard? Okay, we are tired of coming down here continuously
15
to complain, continuously to say things that goes around, and you guys say, oh, you know, it'll go away. Well, these elders, we're not trying to allow them to go away, not die, not having what they deserve, and that's their homes.
I want to take a second and go back to the last comments. I want to congratulate the entire board for placing Felicia Moore in charge of the effort to clean up the Fulton County Housing Office. If you know Felicia Moore, you know that she is as honest as the day is long. She is dedicated to the people of this county. She's competent and she cares. You cannot ask for anything more from a public servant, and the fact that she's doing this free is amazing. And if it was my decision, I'd make her the permanent head of the Fulton County Housing Office because she's the right type of person that we need to clean up the corruption. And wasting our taxpayer dollars like Mr. Arrington's doing right now at Martha's Vineyard. What benefit are the citizens, the residents, the taxpayers of Fulton County getting for him up partying at a film festival at Martha's Vineyard? It makes absolutely no sense. And I would like to know if our sheriff's up there on our taxpayer dime as well. Makes no sense. And these seniors, I deal with them every day on the verge of collapse financially, trying to stay in the homes. These are school teachers, postal workers, people who've worked their entire lives on fixed incomes, and now they're headed to the street because you guys cannot keep the millage rate down. You promised to do better last year. It needs to be a full rollback, absolutely no increase in taxes this year. And next year, we need to make sure that you start taxing these corporate entities the way they should be taxed and do a better job. I'm just telling you, when you raise that millage rate by any percentage, you're going to put seniors out of their homes that they've worked for, that they've earned. And I don't know how you can look them in the eye and justify doing that. Every one of us has had to cut back because of inflation. The county needs to do the same.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Julian Benney. Our millage rate could be much lower if your Board of Assessors valued trophy commercial property properly instead of at an average of 55% of the sale price. You've known this for at least 6 years when the media published the first expose, and you've done nothing about it except make excuses. So some of the most valuable towers in Atlanta, like 725 Ponce with BlackRock, 1180 Peachtree, King and Spalding, Atlantic Yards, Microsoft, all sold recently for hundreds of millions more than their appraised values. And that represents millions a year each in lost revenue that homeowners have to make up. Just last week, Business Chronicle reported Iris sold Fourth Ward luxury apartments selling for $126 million, which was $58 million more than appraised. If you wanted this fixed, you'd tell your chief appraiser to hire a competent team for high-value properties and measure them on the accuracy of their appraisals. And you'd tell your county attorney to get out of the way, quite frankly, and let expert real estate lawyers win the appeals. How do residents get you to side with us over the big money interests? That is the real question here. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Jim Martin, resident of Northwest Atlanta. I don't mind paying taxes when I know that those taxes are going for public goods like Grady Hospital. I do, however, mind greatly when I know that those taxes are instead going to lavish and wasteful giveaways for billionaire developers, such as what is going on over at the Development Authority of Fulton County. Waste for which you all congratulated yourselves at the beginning of this meeting. Why does this commission do nothing about this waste? Why do the commissioners on this commission claim to be powerless over this situation when you appoint the members of the commission and you individually nominate them? Yet you seem to be unable to even pass a resolution calling for an end to the waste or an audit of past waste. If this commission is unwilling to do so little as to make a statement on this matter, then you must be flush with tax revenue, and we should be considering a reduction rather than an increase in the millage rate. I would add that this issue dovetails with the issue of underassessment that Mr. Benet mentioned a moment ago, inasmuch as that the actions of the Fulton County, or of the Development Authority of Fulton County, mask sale prices from the assessor and therefore depress values even further than the already underassessed values that we are seeing. So before considering a millage rate increase, I would encourage you to think long and hard on this matter. Thank you.
Last two speakers, Devin Barrington Ward, Secret D. White.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm gonna keep it as plain and frank as I can. We ain't got it. We don't have it. The taxpayers in the city of Atlanta and Fulton County don't have the money to subsidize millionaires and billionaires whose properties are being underassessed in the city of Atlanta and throughout Fulton County. The fact that you all are considering an increase, while APS is also considering an increase as well, right? And Fulton County School Board is also considering a millage rate increase. How are people supposed to pay for this? This is going to compound at the same time that we just gave Microsoft a $75 million tax break. Now, I know you all were celebrating that Fulton County is one of the 20 places to do business in America, but is it also a good place for working families? Is it a good place for low-income folks? Is it a good place for the working class? And I would say no. We are being squeezed. We are being pushed out. I make more money than my parents did when they bought their house as a millennial, and I still cannot afford property in the city of Atlanta. You all are wasting away money that is supposed to be invested into the future generations that want to be able to call Fulton County and the city of Atlanta home. Why is Microsoft deserving of a $75 million tax break? Why? For a data center that's not even going to bring that many jobs? Why is Elon Musk, who doesn't even adhere to the values that we claim to uphold in Fulton County and the city of Atlanta, why did he get a $10 million tax break? And why did this body say nothing? Why was there no resolution? Why was there no letter sent? Why did no one go down to the meeting, the Fulton County Development Authority meeting, and say enough is enough? And that's not just you all. That's folks on the city of Atlanta. That's folks on the school board. We should not be subsidizing millionaires and billionaires so that they can get tax breaks, so that they can pad their pockets so that they can pay their shareholders, but the residents of Fulton County and the city of Atlanta are left holding the bag. Do not approve this.
Again, my name is Reverend Siegfried White, organization called Concerned Dash. I echo every word that the last speakers have said. I'm standing here for my mom. I'm standing here for those who can't speak. My mom called me and informed me that taxes will be going up. I'm asking you not to raise taxes on homes. I'm not speaking for my mom, I'm speaking for other people, poor people who cannot afford to pay more money and they're on the verge of losing their homes. As you know, I'm out there in the community working with the homeless people. I do not want to help those homeless persons who have had their home, those persons who have had a home, and now they're on the verge of being homeless again. That's going to put more financial burden on the Fulton County taxpayer. Please, for the sake, do not raise these taxes. Let's begin to tax these rich corporations. I'm speaking on behalf of the poor, for those who cannot speak for themselves. I have not been paid to come down here, but I feel by the lead of God to come down as a minister to speak for the poor. Whoever have an idea of raising taxes, think about your mom, think about your dad, think about those who have been in their homes for years, but now they're on a fixed income. They have no money.
15 seconds.
And they're on the verge. If you raise these taxes, they will lose their home. All right? Think about what I'm saying, and God bless you. God will judge you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 21 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Matt Ruenzak.
Morning again, Commissioners. Wanted to add a couple comments. Number one, we hear the phrase used, affordable housing, right? Well, the first and easiest way to make housing more affordable is to not increase their taxes. It actually would be preferred to reduce their taxes, right? It seems like when we talk about this conversation, the first place some want to go is to actually increase spending, which increases our taxes typically. It's the wrong approach. The first approach should be to reduce the government burden on our property owners. And as many have said before, the first people that this hits is typically the seniors. And we are one of the, if maybe the only, one of the few counties in the entire state of Georgia that taxes our seniors from a property tax standpoint. Second point is what would be nice to see is actually county manager and staff is you all bring a budget to the commissioners in the first place that is, tax neutral, right? Maybe not budget neutral, right? Because we know property values are going up, but as far as us, the tax rate on us, that there's not an increase, right? Considering everything that's going on. So because frankly, it just seems tone deaf. And we can look up your salaries and we can see how much you're getting paid. You're getting paid some big bucks. And so part of that responsibility is to make some of these hard decisions for the residents of this county. So I'd like to see a motion from one of the commissioners for a full rollback, because I'd like to see which commissioners do not support a tax rollback or full rollback so that we don't have a tax increase on our residents. Put it on the record. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Carrie Aiken. Carrie Aiken. Next person to speak is Doris Clark. Doris Clark. Next person to speak is Ezell Grant. Ezel Grant. Next person to speak is Felisa Cordy. Felisa Cordy. Next person to speak is James Bagwell. James Bagwell. Next person to speak is Sean Reed. Sean Reed. Next person to speak is Tish Guy. Tish Guy. And the last person to speak is Tamonica Jones. Tamonica Jones. Wait, and then the next person to speak is, Sean Shuab Balongan.
Hello. I just wanted to reiterate everything that everyone else has already spoken about. You know, these taxes, the tax increase is going to affect a lot of people. And quite frankly, a lot of people just do not have the money. Please change the tax structure on developers and other means and try to restrain spending. That is a way that can actually help the community to reduce overall, tax liability. Thank you.
And this concludes the Zoom public comments.
All right, anyone else, Madam Clerk?
No further speakers.
All right, that will conclude the public hearing on the fiscal year 2024 general fund millage rate. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 6, county manager items under open and responsible government, 240516, finance. Request approval of a resolution adopting the 2024 millage rates for the general fund, general obligation bond fund, and the Fulton Industrial District Fund, as well as the 2024 Fulton County Board of Education millage rate.
All right, is there a motion? It's 8-point, Madam CFO.
Mr. Chairman, the rates for the county would be 8.87 for the general fund, 0.17 for the bond fund, 9.41 for the Fulton Industrial District, and 17.08 for the Fulton County School District.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Is there a second? All right, I'll second. Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so first of all, let's be clear on Atlanta, City of Atlanta, property tax involves Fulton County, Atlanta Public Schools, Fulton County Schools, and Fulton County government. Madam CFO, can you tell us what is the APS millage rate currently?
I apologize, Commissioner Hall. I don't have the information for the Atlanta Public School System. I'll be happy to look it up real quick.
Thank you. I appreciate if you would do that, as well as the Fulton County School Board is listed in here as having a millage rate of 17.080. Is that the current approved millage rate for the 2025 tax?
It's the, excuse me, it's the rate that the Fulton County School District Board adopted at their board meeting last night, and they have provided us with a copy of their executed resolution.
All right, and what was their previous millage rate before that?
Their 2023 rate was 17.14.
All right, so they rolled back. And then City of Atlanta, do you know what the City of Atlanta's millage rate?
I don't. I'll need to look that one up as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. And both Atlanta Public Schools and City of Atlanta, if you could see if the current is approved or if they're still working on it and what their previous millage rate was, if they have approved a current one?
I do not believe that the city has adopted their millage rate yet. I want to say in our tax team meeting, and Dick or Hakeem can correct me, but August 19th is the time frame that's floating around in my mind right now as to when we think we may have their millage rates, but I will need to confirm that. So as far as I know, they have not acted yet.
All right. We have heard from many of our tax-paying citizens today that they want a rollback. What would a full rollback actually look like? Because we have to take into account that Fulton County is not the only millage rate that goes into the calculation for the property taxes. So exactly what would a full rollback look like, Madam CFO?
The rollback for the general fund would be 8.55 mils, Commissioner Hall. And as we shared with the board when we presented the proposed millage rate, that is estimated to reduce our estimated property tax revenue this year by about $38 million.
So, but would that significantly impact the overall property taxes that our Fulton County residents would have to pay for their property? Because there are other millage rates that we have to take into account.
It will affect, the net impact will be different for everybody,
Yeah.
Because that's
Right.
just an average that, we're providing you. So,
Right.
for some, it might go down, for some, it might even, be higher by adopting the rollback rate. Just depends on how high the value of the property might have gone up, between last year and this year.
Thank you for that. I just want our Fulton County residents to know and understand that even if we roll back, there's still other parts of the calculation that impact their property taxes. But I'd like to make a motion to roll it back to 8.55 mils, since that is what our Fulton County residents have made clear that they want us to do. And I'll leave that motion on the floor.
Is that a substitute motion?
Yes, sir, that's a substitute
All
motion.
right, is there a second?
I second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion at this time? Mr. Ellis, you want to be heard on the substitute motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think a couple of things to kind of point out here. Number one, what was recommended, which we advertised, was not an increase in the millage rate, but that the millage rate would be flat year over year. Other things of note. Fulton County government has lowered their millage rate 8 of the past 9 years, resulting in an overall millage rate reduction during that period of time of 26%. What's being discussed here is the fact that, according with the way state law reads, if we were to maintain our millage rate at a flat rate of 8.87, the way state law reads, that this would be a 3% tax increase in accordance with state law. A couple of other things I think are up to note. Many people have referenced seniors. The county has an extensive amount of senior exemptions, and maybe the most extensive amount of exemptions of all the taxing jurisdictions. And where, in particular, and you can even receive a full exemption for county taxes, for certain seniors within the county. That is not the case when it comes to our school systems in many of our cities. And I definitely would encourage our sister local governments to look at what we have in place and consider adoption of such. Additionally, while home values certainly have grown, we do have a floating homestead exemption in place, has been in place for, I believe, over 30-plus years, which caps that net taxable rate increase generally at 3%. For commercial property owners and so forth, which are not in homesteaded properties, as those values increase, those are not capped. I think a lot of points have been made, a lot of points were raised about potential underassessment of commercial properties. We've received information here, we've received other information which is conflicting about the extent of the undervalue of those said properties. In addition to that, many of the properties that have been noted are highlighted as significantly sold higher, even if they were valued at a higher amount, would not have resulted in any net increase in tax revenue coming into the county because those properties were sitting in tax allocation districts and all the funding was going into those and not coming into county government. I think that all said, certainly the points that have been raised are valid ones that we need to reflect on. We are a portion of people's property taxes that they pay. In certain jurisdictions, we're much more significant, and other jurisdictions we're maybe a little bit less significant in terms of the portion of that. City of Atlanta, in many of the other cities, we're a larger portion. In the city of Atlanta, for those residents, we're probably about an equal share or less than what the city of Atlanta portion is received. We also have a lot of other taxes which our citizens bear. The sales tax in the city of Atlanta is 8.9%, and the city of Atlanta, I believe, also has one of the highest millage rates of all our cities as well. In addition to that, we have a lot of funds being diverted, tax dollars that are paid that are diverted away from county government and into tax allocation districts, almost predominantly within the city of Atlanta. And as our last report that we heard, in excess of $60 million or so. People do feel the extent of a fairly heavy tax burden. We as a government have sought to offset a lot of that stuff over the years. And as I noted at the front end, have been fairly consistent in bringing that millage rate down as property values have increased. And then on top of that, we've had these exemptions in place which have lessened the burden as well of what they could be in the absence thereof. The flip side of all this, and I made these remarks at our last year, is while we've done some responsible things, we also continue to have a problem with the public in the way that some in Fulton County government have behaved themselves and utilized taxpayer funding. And unfortunately, perception oftentimes becomes reality. For the life of me, I cannot understand how we have people that we are paid that are sitting and representing us in Martha's Vineyard. I don't know what that is all about. If we could all get the names of whoever we flew up there to sit and spend money on in Martha's Vineyard, please somebody they could locate that for us within our management team and identify who those people are. Are they staff? Who are they? And just get us the names of them. Because, I'm sure it's a relatively small amount, but the optics of that are just, horrific. We've detailed other places where we've had elected officials come and ask for us for other sums of money related to run their operations, and they frame those in the context of these are required, they're needed, and if we don't have these, then, the people we're supposed to serve are going to suffer. And then on the flip side, turn around and we've got annotated out the wazoo situations where those same elected officials have spent money on things that are really either beyond the pale, not really a priority in terms of what they've been, or what the priority in terms of what they've been tasked to do. So we continue to have a major perception problem, in which leads many in the voting public to believe that if you are able to spend money on fill-in-the-blank type things, then you have waste, which can be eliminated, and you can reduce your millage rate. And, you know, unfortunately, I don't feel like we've really made material strides in some of those other categories in terms of changing the perception. And as a result, I can't support holding the millage rate the same, and we'll be supporting the full rollback as well.
Commissioner Thorne?
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. You covered a lot of points I was going to cover as well. You know, I really feel bad for everybody, actually. Seniors, fixed income people. We're living with an administration, a federal administration, that seems that spending money is okay. Everybody who takes a basic high school economics class can understand if the government spends money, you are going to have inflation. That's basic. They flood all this money for this, I don't know what it was, can't even think of the name of the bill, for spend our money, spend. They're spending money in Ukraine. We have all these wars going on and everything, and we're having just to spend money, spend our dollars. It wreaks havoc on our economic system. Havoc. You introduce government spending, you're going to get inflation. The only way to lower inflation is to stop government spending or to raise interest rates. So now they've had to raise interest rates. My kids who are just entering in, they should be able to afford to buy their first home, are struggling to make that down payment. They make far, far more, even with inflation, than I made coming out of college. And I could afford a home, and I could afford the taxes on the home as well. But we're living in an economy, and now we have the current administration, the future, to our vice president saying that she's going to do a Build Back Better and she's going to spend more money. It's not going to help things. It's just we're going to be living in chaos. And I feel sorry for our seniors who are on fixed incomes, who maybe they don't have the money to adjust for inflation. And here we are, we're trying to make strides to be responsible in our spending. But then we have some that are irresponsibly spending our money. We're trying to reel them in. Believe me, I'm trying to reel people in. But there's only so much I can do. Hands are tied. I think Commissioner Hall made some great points about our public schools. They say, oh, we are one of the lowest in the metro area. Yet Fulton County Schools spends $22,000 per student. $22,000 per student. That's ridiculous. That 83% of their budget is on staffing our schools. They passed a millage rate where they still have a $9 million surplus. $9 million for just in case. They have a different structure than we do. Looney sits at the head of their board and proposes the millage rate, whereas our equivalent, Dick Anderson here, will kind of advise us, but in all, he doesn't get to vote on what millage rate we pass. They have a declining number of students in Fulton County schools. Declining. People are opting for different forms of education. They're opting to homeschool. They're opting to go to charter schools. They're opting to go to private schools. Yet we're still having to fund these schools as if they're growing and blossoming. They are renovating 3 of their schools, or rebuilding some of their schools, but that's all covered by their SPLOST, which is another tax that you guys are paying. I would encourage you guys to talk to your school board members, get to know them, get them to lower their taxes. I'm working on this end. I'm glad, I appreciate all these people, all the citizens that took the time out of their day to come down here or to speak on Zoom, to have their voices heard. And like my fellow commissioners, I can't responsibly raise people's taxes when I know we haven't been responsible with the tax dollars that we've gotten. That's how I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. County Manager or Madam CFO, can you talk a little bit about what will be affected if we, you said, I think Hakeem said it was a $38 million reduction in revenue, approximately, is that right?
Yes, that is the projected loss in revenue. And also, the other thing that I want the board to know is we do have the appeals that just closed maybe a few days ago. At the time that we did the projection, we assumed that the appeals would be at the same level as last year, with a little bit increase of 6%. And with what we just received from the tax assessor, it's quite possible that that appeal amount might be higher than what we had initially estimated. So the $38 million projected loss might actually be higher. Just depends on the final appeal amount that we receive.
Gotcha. So we're talking about a reduction in revenue of at least $38 million, potentially higher because of the appeals.
Exactly.
So back to Madam CFO or Mr. County Manager, whichever one of you wants to talk about this. I know we haven't done the budget for next year yet, so you will have to play around with the numbers, but how do you anticipate this impacting some of the work that we're trying to do, for example, around the jail or the cost of the senior rideshare program? Can you just talk about sort of where you see this money, this revenue loss impacting us?
Just before, and then I'll defer to Sharon, I think at $38 million, we'll need to go into some pretty significant cost containment efforts through the end of the year, since that's what that $38 million is relative to, just to ensure that we can make this year's budget. So I would anticipate that we at least would consider certainly no use of salary savings, meaning dollars that have already accrued because of positions being vacant. We will probably need to the previous discussion, curtail training and travel. And then last and most, I guess, draconian would be to not backfill vacant positions. We haven't done the math, obviously, at 38 million, but all of those would be on the table. We have done them before, but given that there's only a few months left in the year, most of those, I think, should be considered. Then going into next year, if this sets the stage for next year, I think then you would see, pretty significantly, there would be no program expansion. I think we would have to look at unfilled positions and do a more aggressive attrition reduction exercise, meaning if it's not filled at the end of the year, we wouldn't be filling it most likely during the course of next year. And I don't know at the program level that I could speak to that, but Sharon, I may have left out some ideas that you would have.
Certainly you hit on all the cost control measures we would want to put in place through the end of this year to balance out for not having the projected revenue to work with. And then rolling into the 2025 budget development, that reduces our revenue starting point. So we would certainly have less to work with, and I think we would have to look at a lot of things in the budget to balance it all out, to be honest with you, and potentially including taking out funds that we have built in for things like the continuation of our effort to improve on our county facilities, like the jail. So there would be some impact. There'd be a lot of impact at 38 million. Sitting here right now, it's hard for me to roll off on a list of things. And we would have to work with the board to really get clear and understand the parameters within which we were operating, meaning, will we hold vacancies? Will we move forward without funding vacancies? Those are the kinds of things I think we would have to do to cover that in the long term.
Thank you for that. I am deeply concerned about what this reduction in revenue this year and the potential budget for next year is going to do to some of these critical issues that we're dealing with, in particular around justice and around the jail. And, I think it was already tight at the flat rate, and so I can't support going back to the rollback rate.
Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Barrett, I echo those sentiments, but I'm going to take it a step further. And thank you, County Manager and CFO. Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. We are going to have to cut services. We're going to have to go across departments and cut services. Now, you tell me what constituent that I'm going to have to tell them that they're not going to have transportation. You tell me what constituent I'm going to tell that they can't get behavioral health services. I am totally flabbergasted that a commissioner that will not be here next year, and let me apologize because what I'm getting ready to say is going to offend some of you, but I'm not here for a popularity contest. I'm here for the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County. If your behavior, a lack thereof, caused this county $1 million, but you come down here in the last-ditch effort to prostrate as though you're looking out for that senior citizen, you are not being genuine. You're being disingenuous. Now, I know I'm going to take flack for that, but guess what? I'm Vice Chair Commissioner Khadija. These shoulders are wide enough for me to speak the truth, and it's going to set somebody free today. Our jail has issues. Our across the board, what we're trying to do with our county buildings, which we have charged our executive team to make sure that we're in compliance, to make sure that if we're going to go with some type of hybrid model, that we've got to update some things. And that's not even talking about our seniors and transportation. That's not talking about the programs that we have. I would be the first to say roll back, but guess what? The lesser of these. We're going to cut services for people who are already struggling? I get it. I wish I could wave a magic ball and get what Commissioner Ellis is saying. We need to get some of our sister cities and other organizations to do what they need to do to step up to the plate for our seniors. But I'm not going to allow a last ditch for the camera, for the gram, for Facebook, like you're fighting for our seniors when it is your behavior that caused our seniors $1 million. I said it, and I stand on it. So unfortunately, I will not be able to support this because I'm not going to tell a senior that they can't ride. I'm not going to tell the behavioral health department, you've got to pull back when they already struggling with what we have now. I cannot support this. I wish I could, but I'm not going to skin and grin in the taxpayers' faces like this draconian measure will not hurt us across the board. We are charging our county executives to go and piece stuff together with very little strings, and I'm not going to do it. I can't support it.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our jail has always had issues. Therefore, why have you not given the sheriff the money to address those issues over the years? The building belongs to the county, not the sheriff. We've gone from a proposed $2 billion jail, new jail, to $300 million in renovations. That's a very significant cut. Our county buildings, half of our employees have not even returned to the office since COVID. A hybrid model is going to cost less in the long run than bringing all the employees back into the office. And at this point, we see that it makes more sense and costs less to allow our employees to continue to work from home and from a hybrid situation. Has anyone seen what has been happening with the stock market? We cannot put this cost on the back of our property tax owners. We already have seniors whose homes are being stolen from right underneath them. We've had seniors come here and let us know how much an increase will impact them. And a risk management fund is for exactly that risk. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, I'll be brief, Mr. Chair. I do, while I have agreed, with the motion that was made by Commissioner Hall to roll the millage rate back, I also want to concur with Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman that we'll just say the walk the talk is definitely lacked here. Glad to see you that you want to roll this back, but your behavior and the way that you voted are part of the reason that we are sitting here dealing with some of the stuff that we're dealing with. So there is certainly definitely a high degree of being disingenuous about things. So I want to recognize the Vice Chair's remarks on that. I do think, this definitely will result in, if we roll it back at the full amount, it's definitely going to result in some challenge and a lot of discussions. But the reality of it is, if you can't get your act together and do things the right way, perhaps you need to be further squeezed until you do. And if you're exhibiting behavior and spending on things that are that questionable and the public continues to point them out, then there's certainly the potential that reduction of $38 million is there and available.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Second. All right, probably moved in second. Let's vote on the call of the question.
And the vote is open on call the question.
Any other comments? All right, the motion on the floor, substitute motion on the floor is to approve the rollback amount of 8.55. That's the motion that's on the floor. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, that motion fails. Back to the main motion, which is to approve.
And the vote is open.
Just a minute. Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Ellis? No.
I'm not sure, I should know this, but I don't know if this is proper or not, Mr. Chair, so I will ask the question before I proceed with it. Can I offer another substitute motion?
I'll entertain it, yes, sir.
Okay. You know, it's obviously, you know, we're at an impasse here in terms of this 3-3 split. I'd like to propose a compromise position that we do a partial rollback of the millage rate at 8.7, and then we adopt a general fund millage rate of 8.70. If I do my math right, that's the 8.87 is 12 million less than our budget. 8.7 is 19 million less than our budget. I think that is manageable. I think that's something that can be achieved and would send a strong message to our citizens.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Commissioner Hall, you want to be heard? Commissioner Ellis, you don't want to be, all right. Commissioner Barrett, let's straighten this out now. They're showing us wanting to speak. Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam CFO or Hakeem, can someone do the math and talk about what kind of reduction we'd be talking about at, what is this, 8.7? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, 8.70.
Just give me a second.
Take your time.
Hakeem is running it through our spreadsheet at the moment. I got a number that was slightly higher than what Commissioner Ellis stated with my back of the envelope math, so I'd rather have Hakeem run it through the spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I mean, it's going to be a reduction, and the reality is, as I said, I think, I am curious to hear the number. I think the public should know that number, but you know, I still think we were in a tight situation at the flat rate. And, you know, I appreciate Vice Chair's comments. I appreciate her passion. You know, I think as it relates to some of these issues lately, I am feeling a little bit like I don't have a voice here, which I shouldn't do that. But I think I appreciate her having the voice when I wasn't able to express what I wanted to quite as you know, eloquently, shall we say. So I'm not going to support it either way, but I do think the public should have that number. So if we could just wait a moment for that, I would appreciate it.
It's not that difficult. No. Madam CFO, this is not that difficult.
We have to update the spreadsheet in a couple of different places, Mr. Chairman, so he's just making sure he gets it right. Each 1/10, though, is about 7.6 million. So this would be a little bit more than the 1/10. When I did it real quickly, I got something more in the $20 million range, which I said was slightly higher than the number that Commissioner Ellis had come up with. So I think Commissioner Ellis's number
At 8.7, we're going to be going from $675 million of revenue at 96% collection rate to $660 million. So that's going to be an additional $15 million. I mean, $15 million that we're going to be losing in addition to that $12 million that calculation that we did on going from 8.87 to yeah, so it's going to be about $27 million.
So can you just, 8.87 generates what revenue?
8.87 generates $675 million.
Okay.
Compared to
And
what we put in.
8.55 generates what?
8.55 generates $649 million.
Okay.
And if you compare that to what we put in the budget, which was $687 million. So that is where my comparison is coming from, that if we go from 8.87 to 8.7, then now we will be losing additional $15 million to the 12 that we calculated before. So.
Okay, that was all I had, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to understand the math.
All right, Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Let me tell you who's not on that spreadsheet. And I understand that we have to tighten our belt. But that senior who is just at that point of can only pay that $1 was being asked to pay $4 because they were honest with the questions. My office has already started getting calls about that. Let me tell you who else is not on the spreadsheet, because I know we like to look at the numbers, and I'm the very first to say, this is taxpayer money. So we got to be prudent in what we're doing. But we cannot be of a disservice to the Fulton County taxpayer. This body, even before me being here, tried to roll back, tried to do what it needed to do. But, and this is not to throw any of my fellow commissioners under the bus, we didn't hold accountability with the spending as I think we should have. We didn't hold accountability when it came to behaviors. We didn't hold accountability when it came to people coming down here, sitting down here, traveling and doing other things like this was their own personal slush fund. And so what I am trying to do, with all due respect, because I do understand what Commissioner Thorne and I do understand what Commissioner Ellis are trying to do. But I know, being the largest county in Fulton County, we are getting ready on tomorrow to open that behavior development component. And that's not even to talk about the other things that we've got going on to try to serve all the citizens. But I especially want to talk about the less of these. And so moving forward, coming out of the Mighty Six, I will partner with anybody that wants to do anything to make sure we have controls in place, to make sure that individuals are not using taxpayer money frivolously. Because at the end of the day, this is not none of our money. This is taxpayer money. But when we look at the fact that there are going to have to be some substantial cuts across the board, and the less of these are going to be affected, and somebody has to talk about them. You talk about the risk fund like that's not taxpayer money. Oh, well, it is. And so I would say to my colleagues, as much as I would like to support this, I cannot, because at the end of the day, we're going to have to tell some well-needed people for services that at the county that we supply to them, we're going to have to tell them no. Or we're going to have to tell them less. Or we're going to have to tell our seniors, no, you can't take that additional ride. Or we're going to have to tell our behavioral health departments. And let's talk about the jail. This body did what it needed to do when we moved the welfare inmate fund away. So don't be disingenuous. If you are abusing something on my watch, I can't speak for anybody else, but if you are abusing something, you're going to hear my voice. But you're also going to hear my voice for the less of these. I cannot support this because I know across the board, we're going to have to tell some people that truly need the services. We're going to have to tell some departments, I know you're already struggling, but we put our county executive team in a no-win situation when we don't deal with reality. And so I say once again, I will work with anyone down here to make sure that we cut out fraud, waste, and abuse. Thank you.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd rather see seniors have a roof over their head and not have their homes taken from them than anything else. We have enough of a homeless problem in Fulton County, in the city of Atlanta as there is, than to put them in a situation where they're going to lose their homes. It's been very clear by what they have been saying to us that they cannot afford to pay the property taxes on their homes as it is, let alone us raising the property taxes on the backs of our constituents. Now, at the end of the day, regardless of what you think, what you want to say, what you want to try to make people believe, the best thing to do is to help the seniors keep their homes, period. And I do believe the very commissioner speaking all of this is the one who had a deficit within the first year for throwing a birthday party for themselves. So let's be real about this. People need to have a home, period. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As everybody talks, I'm reminded of additional things I think need to be sort of said on the record. So, Vice Chair, again, thank you for bringing up behavioral health, because it's important, I think, to note that we are cutting the ribbon, I believe, at the Behavioral Health Center tomorrow, but that's one of 3 that we should have, according to the state, and we are, it sounds like, not going to have the funding to move forward with the other 2. It also, and you can correct me on this, Mr. County Manager, but I believe we aren't even able to open this one to full operations because we're already underfunded in terms of what the state has been willing to do. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we won't be able to pick up the slack and even have full service at the Behavioral Health Center that we've already built and invested in. We also need to think about those departments that we've heard from recently, the probate court, for example, who is very understaffed, the public defender, who is very understaffed. The public defender, as an example, is, when they're understaffed and they're backlogged, more people sit in the jail. Then we go back to the jail problem. So I understand the issue about seniors being able to stay in their homes. We, as Commissioner Ellis pointed out, we have senior homestead exemptions for that, and I'm as sympathetic to anybody on that subject. My father was, basically broke when he died, living in a very small apartment that was unkempt. I get it. But I would much rather see us start a program to help the seniors who genuinely need help than doing a broad sweep tax rollback that is going to, save money for commercial businesses and, folks. Listen, I don't like paying taxes any more than anybody else. But at the end of the day, let's help the people who need it with direct help instead of trying to do this, this rollback that's going to hurt so many other people in so many other deep ways. There are better ways to help our seniors than with this particular rollback.
Commissioner Thorne?
I just want to comment on seniors. As Commissioner Ellis pointed out, low-income seniors, we do have exemptions in place for them. High-income seniors, not so much. We have a neighboring county, Forsyth County. They have a blanket law or rule or whatever you call it, where seniors get an exemption, all seniors get an exemption from school taxes once you hit a certain age. I think it's 65. My father-in-law lives in Forsyth County. He hardly pays any taxes on his home. He has a very nice home, and I think he pays about $600 a year in taxes. Yet Forsyth County was able to lower their school millage rate a full mill this year. And they're not getting any income from seniors. I think there's ways we can tighten our belts, and I think we need to really concentrate on our core responsibilities as commissioners. It's not our job to just start programs. Let's start a program for this. Let's start a program for that. I don't believe government does a great job of caring because we're a government entity. We shouldn't be starting programs. We shouldn't be like, let's spend money here and let's create this program for this. No, we should be enabling nonprofits where it's their passion, it's what they do. They're not trying to make a profit. Enable our nonprofits to step up. Let them take care of seniors. We talk about the transportation program, that it's going to go away. Transportation program, we put it in so that seniors who cannot afford still pay just the $1. We're not getting rid of the program. We're trying to save the program, actually. It's actually not our job to be able to transport seniors. It's not our job, but we're doing it, and we're spending millions of dollars on it, and the price keeps going and climbing year after year. The company we use, Common Courtesy, it was a nonprofit, or it is a nonprofit. They saw the need to take care of our seniors. They saw the need that our seniors need to be able to have affordable transportation. So they stepped up and they founded that nonprofit. I think it's great that we use them, but government doesn't do a great job. Sorry to say, we don't do a great job caring. You want people who care about our seniors, not government employees, taking care of our seniors. We want our faith communities to step up to take care of people, not government. I mean, you look at, we could be a communist country. We just give all our taxes. We all rent houses. We don't own anything. We'll just be socialist. We'll have all government programs. I have friends from China that came over here. She was fortunate enough when she was entered elementary school, she got put on a track for STEM. Others didn't. They got put in the track for labor to go work in factories, and that was determined at a young age. And now we're heading that way as a country. If we want to start more government programs, let government get bigger and bigger, let government take more of your taxes, so be it. If that's what you guys want, keep electing officials that keep talking about starting more programs. Commissioner Ellis brought up great points about TAD, our tax allocation districts. Invest Atlanta. They're taking a big chunk of our revenues. It's not getting spread all across the county. It's getting spread in Invest Atlanta. We have to consider that as revenue, and we can't keep raising property taxes just because we want to look good and look like we really care. We really care, and so we're just going to start more programs. We're going to take your money, and we're going to do good with your programs. I don't really believe that. I've worked in the nonprofit world almost my entire life. I've seen those government programs. I believe in enabling people who have passion, who don't work for money. My neighbor retired from UPS, a high position in UPS, and he is so happy he never has to work for money again. He runs a nonprofit for children in Kenya, an orphanage. Those are the type of people that we need caring about people. So anyway, I think I see areas, I see our elections department. They don't care that we spend $50 per voter while our neighboring counties spend $10. And we just keep approving their spending. We don't care that a majority of that cost is used from temp agencies, hiring temp workers. We spent $30,000 on Jason Deli sandwiches for a presidential primary. They don't care. You go down there, they have 3 meals a day, hot meals. They don't care. It's all on you, taxpayers. If we cut back their food allowance, oh, you're hurting our elections. Voter suppression, that's what they say. So anyway, I think there's several areas in the county besides elections that we can cut. It seems like my fellow commissioners do not ever want to cut our DA. They approved cars, $600 and some million worth of cars, new cars. We bought her new cars last year. She told me she didn't need new cars, but yet we approved another $600. She didn't even have to come down here and defend it. It just got approved, just got passed. We need people reeled in. We need people that are able to step up and say no. We have some people that are on this commission that maybe they're tied politically, and they can't say no. But I feel like we do need to start saying no. So I can't really vote to increase anybody's taxes. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I do think the numbers are still workable. And just a couple of things to dispel a couple of things. I mean, the Behavioral Health Crisis Center, we have it funded. It's run by the state. This is the way they're run by every other crisis center around the state is funded through the state, and they're run that way, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, what we're doing here is not abnormal. It's the same as what's being done in the rest of the state. We funded the construction with the ARPA funding. There was a reference to one other, entity which had come down and asked for, kind of more money, said they were understaffed, but if you do their comparison to a neighboring county, but relative to their level of activity and the relative level of their staffing and their budgeting, they're receiving 30 to 40% more. So, look, government, I mean, a lot of stuff that's been, bannered about, thrown about, and all that sort of stuff that's, really kind of beyond the scope of what we're really up here tasked to do. And I'm not going to comment on other governments and what they're doing and how they're spending their money, but collectively, the comment is that collectively all of our taxes go to multiple entities of government, right? So how people do, how they spend their money, that's what they're elected to do, how they're determined for their own stuff. So for the schools and the cities, that's their choices for those elected officials. But, nonetheless, I mean, I do think we should have consistent types of exemptions in place, and that's my ask to kind of consider those. So I think these numbers are workable, and hopefully we would support, there'd be 4 of us up here enough that would be willing to support a partial rollback to the 8.70.
All right. Anyone else at this time? All right, substitute motion on the floor is for 8.70. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 4 nays.
All right, back to the main motion, which is 8.87. 8.87. You ready, Madam Clerk?
Okay, one moment. And the vote is open on the 8.887. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 2 nays, 1 abstention.
All right. Yes, sir.
Will you entertain other motions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I would ask, I mean, there's 6 of us up here. I have no idea why you're abstaining on a vote for a millage rate. Take a stand one way or the other, okay? So if, no, I'm serious. I mean, we're all elected up here. This is a serious matter. And if you are abstaining, please note why you're abstaining from a vote on a millage rate. Is there a conflict that you have? Why you're abstaining from a vote on a millage rate? Yeah.
I can abstain on whatever I want to abstain on, and I don't have to explain why. I neither vote no or yes because I don't feel that there's enough information in the first place as it relates to the impact of the millage rate. We've gone back and forth and shown the public that we're not even sure what millage rate is going to work and which one is not. Look at the vote. That's enough reason for me to abstain because it just appears that we're just going around in circles. That's why I abstain. So it is what it is.
Thank you for that non-responsive answer. Again, I do hope there's some level of compromise here. Be willing to have some level of compromise here. And I apologize for my math being wrong on the other. Let me see if this math is correct before I put it out there. What would a millage rate of 8.77 generate?
Commissioner?
Yes.
It's going to generate $667 million at 96% collection rate.
Okay.
Compared to the revenue amount that we used for the budget.
Now, I want you to tell me what would that amount generate compared to what an 8.87 rate would generate? And what is the difference between the two?
Okay, 8.77 generates 667.6 million, and 8.87 generates $675.6 million.
And the difference between those two is what?
The difference, okay, with the 8.87, the difference, when you compare it to 687 that we started the year with, the difference is 12.3. If we go to 8.77, the difference becomes 20.3. So there's about an increase of almost $8 million.
So it would mean we'd have to work to come up with $8 million?
$8 million, yes.
Okay. So I will offer another motion that we adopt a millage, general fund millage rate, along with the other pieces of this motion would continue, of 8.77.
All right, again, Commissioner Ellis is offering a substitute motion to the 8.87 to 8.77. Is there a second? Is there a second? What? Who seconded? Commissioner Hall, did you second the motion? I just asked you a question. Did you second the motion or not? Vice Chair, you want to be heard?
Yes, thank you. County Attorney, just for the sake of the listening public, we as legislators usually use abstain in what cases and why?
The most typical use would be if there is a conflict, in which case you would usually put on the record what the nature of the conflict and the reason for the abstention would be.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to, Chairman, if you'll indulge me, I'm going to step up to the plate and just ask, because we really are, it looks like we're at an impasse in my mind. So I would openly put on record to my colleagues, anything moving forward having to do with looking at anything from a forensic measure, anything looking at cost cutting in areas that truly need cost cutting, anything that you do that you need my support on to make sure that we can balance this budget and moving forward to make sure that the tax-paying citizens have a respect for all of us down here. Let me say this, because I would be remiss if I didn't. If you're making a decision that's going to affect this entire county, it's going to affect all of these employees and departments, and you won't be here next year to say why you made that decision. And when you're trying to make the decision, you're not making it because you're abstaining because you just want to, once again, does a disservice. Now, I understand, with all due respect, Commissioner Ellis, what you're trying to do. I understand, Commissioner Thorne, what you're all trying to do. But I would say openly to you in front of everybody, I'm a Democrat. First of all, let's be crystal clear about that. But being a Democrat doesn't give you a license to treat the taxpayers' money as your own personal slush fund. And on the flip side, being a Republican doesn't give you the license to say no to everything. And I'm not saying that the Republicans do that. What I'm saying is I am going on record, whatever we need to do in the rest of this year to make sure that we have transparency, to make sure that we have any barriers in place, to make sure that we fight fraud, corruption, and waste. Count me in on the record. But I feel so strongly that this is where we are. And so I will ask for your favorable support. Commissioner Ellis, I wish I could be with you on this, but I feel like we're going to have some unintended consequences that are going to come back to bite us. And so that's why I just cannot, in my heart of heart, budge. But I will say this openly to everyone. This is not any of these commissioners' money. This is taxpayers' money. But we have a duty to the Fulton County citizens. We're the largest county. We are the county that is supposed to set. We're supposed to set the standard. And the standard needs to be where, this is where the rubber meets the road. So I'm going on record saying, whatever you need to do for us to be able to make sure that we cut out what we need to cut out and we rein in what we need to rein in. But let's not have unintended consequences. And I will ask for you all's favorable support. Thank you.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I voted no on the 8.87 because my belief is that it should be higher. We had a recommendation from the county manager's office, multiple actually, over the last year that would have put us on a path to do the things that I felt needed to get done as it related to pretty much all the things we do, but the jail and public safety, criminal justice in particular. And so I voted no, even though I understand that we really can't go higher than the 8.87 at this point because of the fact that we already advertised that as our rate, and therefore we can only go lower. So I'm only back on the microphone here to say that I'm willing to support Vice Chair's recommendation and to stick at the 8.87, but I'm not going one tiny iota lower than that. So I'll go ahead and make a substitute motion for the flat millage rate again.
All right, let's dispose of the, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Dispose of the motion that's on the floor now, which is the motion by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall at 8.77. Commissioner Thorne, you want to be heard?
So what happens if we can't come to an agreement today? Do we come back in 2 weeks? Do we have another hearing? Has it ever happened before? Any ideas, suggestions?
It would be a first, and I would have to defer to Sue, but I think that if we're unsuccessful in approving a millage rate today, and the meeting is adjourned, we would have to start the whole process over.
I would have to research to confirm whether we have to begin all over again, but the initial concern that we would have is that the tax commissioner has certain deadlines that he has to meet, including sending up our tax digest and other obligations that we have contractually with the cities that he collects for, and those deadlines are looming. So it was anticipated that the millage rate would be approved today so that he can meet those deadlines.
And Commissioner, just to add to what the county attorney just said, the other issue that we're going to be facing is the collection rate, because the tax commissioner is not going to be able to bill at the time that we've been anticipating that we were going to be billing, so that we can at least collect 96% of the billing amount this year. So if we're late in approving the millage rate, it could very well affect that collection rate. It could be down to 94% or 93 or so. So we're going to have that conversation with him to be able to tell you.
Okay. All right, the substitute motion on the floor is for a millage rate of 8.77. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, back to the main motion, which is a flat rate of 8.87. Now, you've heard what the consequences are for doing nothing. I would hope that we'll be able to approve the 8.87.
Okay, and I'm also adding Commissioner Thorne's no vote for the last 8.77. So 3 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, now we're back to the main motion, which was to approve by 8.87. That was a motion by Vice Chair, which I seconded. This is not correct, what's on the screen.
I was in the speaker's queue too.
Wait, what? The original motion should be on the screen. We're back to the main motion.
The original motion failed too, and now Commissioner Barrett just went back to the 8.87.
Original motion, that's fair. You're correct, sorry. Okay, so now we have a motion to approve by Commissioner, at the 8.87 by Commissioner Dana Barrett, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Hall, you want to be heard?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was distracted by constituents texting me. Can you repeat what happens if this continues to not have any resolution?
Ultimately, Commissioner Hall, we have to adopt a millage rate at some point in time. If we do not do so today and the meeting is adjourned, we would have to start the advertising process. I believe we would have to start the advertising process over. Sue has indicated she wants to research that. It also would slow the entire process down for generating the full tax collection process for the year. The tax commissioner would not be able to start his processes to calculate taxes until he has the county's millage rate information. So as Sue indicated, there are deadlines that he has with other municipalities that he collects for that would be impacted, as well as the ability to submit the digest for approval by the State Department of Revenue. Hakeem talked about the impact on the ultimate collection rate, which means we potentially, if we delay the process and it has a significant impact on the billing schedule, then our receipt of tax revenue will be impacted. We may collect less this year because there will be not enough time for Dr. Ferdinand to do all of the things that he may normally do to collect, and the tax bill due date itself may be delayed. And all of that will ultimately have an impact on the county's liquidity and our cash position. We did a tax anticipation note earlier this year, expecting that we would have tax revenue flowing in beginning sometime late October, early November. So then we would have to potentially take measures as well to ensure that we have sufficient cash on hand until the tax bills come in. So there are a lot of implications if we are unable to adopt a rate today that we can provide to the tax commissioner to allow the process to continue.
Thank you. And what was the recommendation made to this board by the county manager and county executives finance committee?
The millage rate recommendation for this year? Is that what you're asking? It was the flat millage rate, 8.87 for the general fund, 0.17 for the bond fund, and 9.41 for the Fulton Industrial District.
And that was the original request during the financial presentation that we were presented initially.
With regard to the proposed millage rate, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add, first of all, I'm not sure if that question about what was recommended was directed at me, but I'll respond just to say that I realize that the 8.87 is what was officially recommended to us. What I was referring to when I said we had higher rates recommended were earlier times throughout the year and the year before a little bit, I think, where we were talking about what we would need to do to address some of the bigger issues that we see coming in the county, like the jail, among other things. So that's what I was referring to on that point. What I would like to ask at this point of my colleagues is to take into consideration what Madam CFO just laid out in terms of the implications of us not coming to an agreement here. And I just want to say that I, as I said, would have preferred it to be higher so that we could have addressed some of those other issues. I have compromised on what I was going to vote in order to get this done, and I would ask that my colleagues, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Thorne, do the same so that we can show leadership for the county and do what's best to move this forward.
Any other comments? All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
This is the 8.87.
And the motion fails. 3 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay. Next item. Let's continue.
On page 7, 20.
Mr. Point of order, Mr. Chair. Can we ask the county attorney to look up and see how quickly we can call a special meeting, since we don't have all of our commissioners here to bring this back before us? I mean, we got to get it done. I mean, and we have one commissioner who's not here today, so it's an important matter, so it should give rise to a special called meeting.
So special called meeting can be called with 24 hours notice.
Well, just, if you could research, I just want us to get it right, you know, with respect to this particular matter. It's been advertised at that 8.87. We've heard public hearing on it, we've heard adequate number of public hearings on it. Can we call for a special called meeting and get all 7 of us here and, you know, get it resolved one way or the other with a vote? How early could we do it?
Can I make a motion to hold this till the end of our meeting so that this agenda item, further discussion pending what our county attorney has to say and investigate?
So, I mean, what's there to investigate? It's 24-hour notice for the special meeting.
But we may have to have hearings again, which would require
Okay.
3 hearings.
We can defer this
posting.
until the end of the meeting. No objections. All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 7, 240517, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of a recommended proposal to review and approval of action plan presented to address immediate facility needs at the Fulton County Jail.
All right, I'm going to ask for a division on this item. Division. There are 3 categories of items here. One dealing with the elevator, second dealing with kitchen equipment, and the third dealing with other improvements. What that simply means is we'll take 3 separate votes. Explain why. It's my position and belief that some of these items should not be paid for out of the inmate service unit money. That they are responsibilities of the county. We own the jail, and we should be responsible for those repairs out of our general fund money or other monies, but not the inmate service unit fund. The first category here, elevators, amounts to $1,652,000, and the proposed funding would come from the TAD Capital Fund. And I would, Commissioner Thorne is moving approval, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any discussion?
Let them present, Joe, and then
Okay.
go ahead and present, and then I'll
We're just
comment.
dividing, I'm just dividing the issues. Now, you want to talk about the first one, first category is the elevator. Elevator survey, $52,000. Elevator modernization, $1,600,000, for a total of $1,652,000. Source of funds, a TAD facility capital fund. What's the problem? Why do you need a presentation? It's just elevator survey, $52,000, and the elevator modernization, $1,600,000. That's what it is. And the source of funds.
Joe, while we're waiting on the presentation, do you want to describe what the elevator survey will do and what's involved with the elevator modernization project?
Good morning, Commissioners. Joe Davis, Director, Real Estate and Asset Management. Essentially, the jail's elevators, they suffer a great deal of wear and tear and extensive use each and every day.
Excuse me, are you speaking to the survey now?
Yes.
Okay.
In order to address elevators properly, the standard practice is to bring in an independent third-party consultant who will evaluate the elevators literally from top to bottom, everything from the machine room and the dispatch system to the cabs themselves, the lift and travel cables, all the way down to the elevator pits. That would be typically for your traction elevators, which cables, as well as your hydraulic elevators. That survey will include assessing the condition of the system, as well as producing a scope of work to overhaul or modernize the system. That modernization may be replace everything, it may be a list of things. But that's the ultimate objective here, to increase the reliability of the elevators, because the Sheriff's Office is highly dependent upon those for the operation of the jail.
In the elevator modernization?
That will be the actual project once we have the survey and scope of work from the $52,000 line item that will be used to obtain pricing from a certified or qualified elevator company.
And those two combined is $1,652,000. And again, the source of funds is a TAD facility capital fund and not the inmate service fund.
I went to visit on another tour of the jail last week, and the elevators are breaking. I think they have 6 or 8 elevators in the jail.
There's a total of 9,
9.
but there are 6 passenger elevators for the housing towers.
Okay, that's why the confusion there. And they are breaking. I understand we've replaced elevators in other buildings. These elevators, are they the original elevators with the building?
The jail underwent an extensive mechanical elevator and plumbing project from 2007 to 2010. The elevators were modernized in 2008, if I'm not mistaken.
So that it's probably time to
Yes, ma'am.
upgrade them again. And I have no issue because this is coming out of the TAD fund. The kitchen equipment, your presentation is up. Do you want to speak, and then I'll ask questions?
Yes. We want to go through the entire.
Well, let me just make a couple of comments. We put this presentation together, while it may seem simple, and is at one level, it was to give you the complete context of, we continue to do the Blitz plan, which is a $13 million program. We have identified about $3 million plus or so in what we believe to be immediate funding or immediate repair and replacement requirements. And then, of course, we have the $300 million program, which really begins with a selection that will occur at the end of the year, an assessment, and then the work beginning this time next year. So this is an intermediate step, but one that we think is needed. So that's the reason for the presentation. On the funding source, kind of indifferent as to whether or not we take it from the Inmate Service Fund or the TAD fund. I just confirmed with Sharon Whitmore that all of these could be taken from the TAD Capital Fund. We made a judgment that the ones that were most akin, if you will, to inmate welfare were the kitchen and the washer and dryers. But if the board wanted to see all these funded from one source, we have the ability to do that. I think all of these are needed in the near term if you don't want to see disruptions at the jail like we've seen with the kitchen service over the last couple of 3 weeks.
Yes, speaking of the kitchen, I guess the sheriff likes to give 2 hot meals a day. Their warmers are down. They're having to bring in food from outside sources, which is quite expensive. I do see the freezer door. I walked in and saw the freezer, a lot of ice accumulating in there. Something needs to be fixed there. A lot of these repairs, would we be making these repairs if we were renovating the jail anyway? And could some of this carry over? This wouldn't be like it's an expense that will probably be incurring if we do renovate the jail anyway.
Commissioner Thorne, I believe when you mention, for example, the freezer, that's something that is a part of the actual built asset that is the jail. It was built with the building. We've already authorized that work to begin. So that is being addressed as we speak. The kitchen equipment, however, is critical to ongoing, a major jail obligation to the inmates of the facility, legal aspects of that. The replacement of the kitchen equipment allows them to have a level of reliability as it relates to ongoing kitchen operations that they may not have enjoyed for a few years.
But I think the direct answer to her question is, yes, we would be doing this as a part of that overall rehabilitation of the jail. We're just pulling these out earlier rather than waiting to a year from now to begin on them because of the disruption in current practice.
So how much do we have in the TAD facility capital fund? And why are we not taking it? I mean, I know we can use the inmate fund for it, but if the TAD fund is, we can only touch it for certain reasons and certain things, why not?
The TAD Facility Capital Fund is the fund that the board established that we are funding through the, either the proceeds that are returned to us when a TAD is closed, or the increment, the tax increment that is returned. And it was just for facility capital improvement. So certainly the elevator modernization fit that category. The padded cells at the South Annex fit that category, and the upgraded fire alarm system fit that category. The kitchen equipment, because a lot of that, it has a shorter useful life, and the washer and dryers also have a shorter useful life. And inmate trustees work in both the kitchen and in the laundry center. We felt was more aligned with use of the inmate services unit funds. And I did identify that as a use when I submitted the document that I provided to the board last December on what we would intend to use the inmate services unit funds for. However, if the board does not desire to do that, the kitchen and the laundry equipment certainly could be funded out of that TAD Facility Capital Fund as well.
Commissioner Barrett?
I would just like to ask if we could hear the entire presentation from beginning to end. I appreciate the context, Mr. County Manager, on how this was put together and the idea that how it's funded is sort of secondary to what needs to get done. And I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this presentation is more about what needs to get done than where the money's coming from, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so if we could, I would just like to hear the whole presentation and then get back to the discussion. Is that okay?
Sure.
You can go to the next slide, please. So essentially what we're going to talk about today is the background, and ultimately Dream, along with the Sheriff's Office, put together the scope of work, and county leadership funded the jail blitz plan, which is currently addressing critical repairs in the jail housing units. As an additional task, we've also set about identifying various immediate emergency facility needs that have emerged over time that go beyond the jail blitz plan, that go beyond simply the housing areas. And these particular items that we've identified far exceed the existing jail maintenance budget to handle it within our current annual operating budget. So we work collaboratively with the Sheriff's Office, consultant EMSI, to develop a facility improvement plan for these immediate needs, along with proposing the funding sources that we've just finished discussing. So we will be providing an update for the jail blitz and what's being done in the housing units at the August 21st meeting. Next slide, please. So here you see the spreadsheet that has been discussed already that breaks down into what we consider to be the most immediate needs of the jail that would serve to bolster reliable operation of the facility and the Sheriff's Office as they go about their work of detention. As you already know, the elevators, then we have several kitchen equipment items, and then we have other improvements. As you can see, padded cells at the South Annex, upgrade of the fire alarm system, which is the main jail, and then washers and dryers at the main jail. For a grand total of $3.194 million, aside from the discussion regarding the funding source, these are the things that we have all worked collaboratively to determine that this is facility related, it's related to the welfare of the inmates, and will give the most immediate impact in terms of overall facility operation to the Sheriff's Office. Next slide, please. At this point, I'm going to yield to Mr. Naraki to finish the presentation.
Thank you, Joe. Steve Naraki, Strategy Office. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The county manager had already alluded to this in that we have a couple different major initiatives going on, and what we want to emphasize is that this is concurrent. Everything is kind of in progress right now We've touched on it extensively in these board meetings, the jail blitz plan, as Mr. Davis had said. A detailed status update will be provided at our next meeting. Here with the facility improvement plan, which we have before you today, if authorization is granted for the scope and these funding sources, procurement, gathering quotes, bids, that will begin immediately. We anticipate that to be about a 2-month duration and look for the first improvements to start occurring around October, and that'll carry onward. And then our largest undertaking with all of the jail improvements is our capital improvement program. We have started that process already thanks to our purchasing department. We have released that RFP last month. We do have some major activities occurring over the next couple weeks. I believe on the 13th next week, we have our pre-proposal conference with vendors. And then the following week, we've scheduled several site visits with prospective vendors to occur at the jail and annexes so they can get a thorough site tour and understand what all the immediate and emergency needs are for the long-term assessment and subsequent report. And then just a reminder, this was presented in the previous meeting, but just shoring up our timeline. This entire procurement process we anticipate taking from now until roughly the end of December. We've allocated about 6 months to conduct the assessment and prepare the report, which will have the detailed scope and estimates around timelines and budget. That'll carry from about January until roughly July 2025. And then once we have that scope determined and bring it back before the board, the renovation portion will start roughly in August, and that would first commence with procurements for the design and construction teams. And just to give a reminder too, what we would anticipate coming out of the jail capital improvement program for the jail and annexes would be upgrades to our major mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems, a new roofing system, upgrades to life safety and security, and then structural improvements as needed to the facility itself. So brief presentation. With that, we'll address any questions.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you going through all of it. A couple questions. I want to make sure that I'm 100% clear because I don't want to sound like I'm making accusations or anything like that. But we have talked about, we've used different terminology. I think the jail bridging plan and then the jail blitz plan, are those two different things?
Yes, ma'am. When we developed the jail bridging plan, it had not only facility-based issues in there, but it had funding for the food service contract. I think it had funding for the increase in the medical contract, also a tower staffing contract. So it was, at that point in time, was seen as all the investments necessary, if you will, to kind of get us from here to there before we undertook the major construction. Subsequent then to that, jail blitz, a subcomponent of that was just dealing with that update of all the housing units. So that was funded by the board in addition to all those other things that I just talked about. So these terms of art probably are not that helpful now in retrospect, but they were two different things, I guess. One was a subset of the overall jail bridging. And that's the one that we continue to report on because those others were funded and are, effectively in flight and doing fine.
Okay, that helps. And I think that's what was my understanding. But I guess what I'm missing a little bit here with this is that these are, I'm just wondering why some of this wasn't sort of, how did we not know that we were going to have issues with the food equipment or the elevators, and why wouldn't that have been included in the overall jail bridging plan?
At the time, these were not chronic problems. So it's a good question. In other words, but I would say the next major system that fails, an HVAC or something like that, it's like at a library. We don't necessarily know until we know. We have not done a full assessment of every system. That's what this PMT RFP that we're in the process now of selecting will do, will be a stem to stern review of every system. So more or less at the time, these were not issues. You could argue we should have known, but they became issues the further that we went along, and there may be others. I think the good news is that we do have a funding source that we've identified. This represents probably 1% of the $300 million that we're contemplating spending, and they are very near-term and disrupt, as you all well know, and some of you have asked me about and have been in the press. So this, in our mind, addresses the most near-term issues beyond the housing units.
I appreciate that. I think my, concern or question there is that, I don't know if I should form this as a question, but shouldn't we have some sort of regular evaluation of all the systems? And wouldn't we know, based on the age of the various systems, that they were likely to start to need service or replacement at a certain point in time? Isn't that sort of standard?
So we have done that, and then you can take over. We have done that for all county facilities, not maybe a year or two after I was appointed. And then that formed really a major capital program that continues on today to, in advance, revamp and replace systems where necessary. That was not done for the jail at the time. As Joe mentioned, there was a major mechanical replacement program that was executed back 2007 or 8. So it's a fair question that could we have done a complete stem-to-stern system evaluation of the jail earlier? I guess, Joe, I'll let you answer that. Probably in retrospect, yes. But now we are where we rode to, right? And so now we're fixing the housing units because those were very pressing, and now fixing these mechanical systems as they have become an issue. The PMT RFP will do what you're suggesting as the first order of business before we start down the path of then prioritizing what to fix first, second, third, and fourth.
I appreciate that, and I'm supportive of getting this done, so don't get it wrong here. I'm only asking questions because I would also like to see us make sure that we fix that process so that we are doing that ongoing in the future. Because if you take the two, most recent in my mind anyway, system failures at the jail. Last summer it was the air conditioning, and that cost us a lot of money, not just to fix the air conditioning, but also to bring in fans and ice water and all the things we needed to protect lives. And then this year with the kitchen, there again, the cost of dealing with that sort of emergency failure is an added cost to just, in addition to fixing the systems themselves. So I just want to make sure that it gets into our planning to have, I don't know if it's annual or inspections or updates or checks or, reevaluating based on the inventory of what equipment is there and the ages or what it is exactly. But that's for you all to figure out. But I would just like to, maybe we can get a report on that on an annual basis or something like that for all of the buildings, to your point, Mr. County Manager, just to give us an idea of what's coming. When we talk about, and sit here for hours fussing over the millage rate, I mean, these are the kinds of things we need to be thinking about in terms of the expenses. I mean, this is a $3.2 million expense that we did not expect to have this year. So what will be next year? And I know we're not on the jail blitz plan at the moment, but it's my understanding, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong here, that even though we're getting through all of this and it's looking really great, that it's, we're going to have to continue back behind it and start again at some level. Not to do the whole thing, but to keep it up, because the units will get damaged again, and disrepair will start to happen, and paint will chip, and whatever else will happen, right? So we do have to kind of continue on for as long as we don't have the renovation started, with coming back behind that with some annual dollar figure, correct?
That is correct. The follow-up blitz, if you will, during our existing blitz, we have identified certain things that now seem to have proven that switching to different types of light fixtures, switching the type of glass that we install, is proving to be successful, so that it would lower our long-term maintenance costs, as well as what that potential scope of any follow-up blitz will entail. There are just certain things, as well as the showers that we're redoing and the surfacing that's done there. There are several things in this blitz that won't be in the scope of work moving forward because of what we've seen already as it relates to their longevity and just reliability in the facility.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on that front, as much information as we can get, I know you want it to, but as much information as we can get, I think would be helpful as we make these decisions. I just had one last question. At the beginning of this agenda item, you talked specifically, somebody about I think it was you, Joe, about the elevator survey and then the modernization. And I'm just wondering, do we know, because you said you weren't really going to know the scope and price and all of that for the modernization until we get the survey done. So did the 1.6 million, is that the most it could be? Is that if we replace the whole thing, it's 1.6?
So we spoke with the third-party consultant that we got the pricing from, and that's what they're seeing in the market. That was based on the number of elevators to be addressed and what they're seeing in the market as it relates to pricing per unit.
To replace it fully?
Well, to modernize. And so that scope so keep in mind we have 9 elevators. The scope for elevator 1 may be very well different from the scope of elevator 2. The number you see before you is what we believe to be the cumulative cost to fully modernize the elevators and put them back into reliable operation.
But just to be clear, it is possible that that number is going to go up or down based on the survey?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. On the kitchen equipment, is that replacement equipment? Is that new equipment, or is that fixing? Is that?
This is replacement equipment.
Okay, great. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman.
Wow, sometimes I think we're getting in the weeds on this stuff a little bit, because tomorrow I possibly could be named the swimsuit model of 2024. I don't see it happening, but possibility. Who's laughing? Stop laughing, Ibanez. But what I'm saying, you all, let's understand that we have tasked the executive team and Dream to do something. I would imagine if there's a point that something can be repaired versus something being replaced, is that not part of the process that you all look at?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought so, but I just want to, because sometimes we kind of veer off, and it's not really fair for the listening audience. Chairman, I know that you wanted a division on this, and I'm wondering, was the division because the possible funding? I'm just wanting to make sure that we're crystal clear as we veer into another direction, that now are we saying that well, let me change that. Let me change that. County Manager, what is the impact of us doing it from the actual TAD versus doing it from the inmate fund over the TAD? Is that something that you can answer for me?
I think I'll defer to Sharon. I mean, from my perspective, I would be indifferent. I think she tried to explain that some were more capital-like in the sense of they have a longer useful life,
Okay.
an elevator, versus a 80-gallon kettle. But either could be funded vis-a-vis, because it's not really an accounting issue. It's our own philosophical perspective, not defined by one fund versus the other. But Sharon, let me defer to you.
Yes, and when the board established the facility, the TAD capital facility, there was nothing specific about what it was to be used for. So I'm thinking it was intended for facility improvements, maybe not equipment replacement. So that was my thinking on why inmate services over the TAD capital facility fund. However, I think it would be fine in the TAD facility capital fund if that's what the board chooses. I'm fine with it being in the inmate services as well, because the inmates, there are trustees who work in the kitchen area and in the laundry service area, if I'm correct, Joe. And that's my connection as benefiting, the trustee population at the jail, as well as the whole population.
So, Chairman, let me ask you this question. Would you be opposed for all of it to come from the TAD versus coming from the inmate welfare fund?
Not at all.
Okay.
Let me just, not at all,
Okay.
answer your question. I'm
Okay.
simply saying that everything that's listed here needs to be done, and it should be done.
Okay.
My question is, and my manager said, philosophical perspective, we should be responsible. We own the jail. We should be responsible for certain things in that jail, not the inmates. The inmate service fund money should be used for things that directly impact the inmates. An elevator survey doesn't directly impact the inmates. Elevator modernization, that's our responsibility. Ice machines, that's our responsibility. Gas kettles, what's the freezer doors? We should be responsible for that. Therefore, we should not use the inmate service fund for that. That's why we took the inmate service fund from the sheriff in the first place, because he was using it for things that did not impact the inmates directly. That's all I'm saying. So it makes more sense to me for it all to be paid for out of the TAD Facility Capital Fund or some other fund.
So is that a substitute motion that you're making, or I can make the substitute motion that it all comes from the TAD fund?
That's fine.
Is that fine? So I want to make a substitute motion that the funding of this comes from the TAD. I do want to openly go on record that I think that Dream does a good job of identifying things that need to be replaced and repaired, and I think all of these fall in some measure or another under safety. What I don't want to see us is getting so far up in the middle of what you all do, because to me, you all are the subject matter experts. I'm going to support this, but I would ask the substitute motion that this come from, and county manager, you did say all of this can from the TAD facility. So I want to put that substitute motion forward, that we take all this funding from the TAD facility.
All right, I'll second that, as long as it gets done. How do you do this? Okay, Commissioner Hall, you still want to be heard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Where was the first blitz actually done?
That was Housing Unit 1 North.
1 North, okay. And so over the past weekend with the rains, was there flooding that took place in 1 North?
Yes, ma'am.
So would you say that the blitz is complete when there's still flooding that happens every time it rains hard over in 1 North? And is there any repair in place or maintenance in place to stop that from happening?
The scope of work for the blitz was completed. The drainage issues on 1 North have more to do with a capacity issue of the stormwater system versus a repair of the piping in the facility. We have asked our contractor to bring in a commercial plumbing expert to come in and go outside and inspect our manholes and camera the lines, particularly coming out of 1 North, as that's the lowest part of the jail site, so everything flows to the area right outside of 1 North before it goes into the stormwater system. So when we have moments of heavy rain, you have more than ever now water coming back up through the drains and causing that flooding. Imagine the downtown flooding that we had here in Atlanta not too long ago. That was a function of the stormwater system not being able to handle the volume of water. The location of 1 North is a uniquely problematic area because that's where the entire site drains to.
All right, and the fact that after a few inmates take showers, there's no hot water, how is that being taken care of as well?
So we've had some issues with hot water distribution over the last several months. We've taken measures to replace various aspects of the distribution system. Haven't heard that we're not getting enough hot water after a number of inmates are taking showers. That's something we can certainly look into. But ultimately, that will be a part of our facility condition assessment, and depending upon where it falls in the priority and what they find, will be addressed.
Great, thank you so much.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, couple of things. I'm sort of agnostic about what fund this comes from, but I do think I believe a lot of counties use their inmate services fund. They dedicate certain portions of it for facilities-based needs. I do think that's appropriate. I do think we should define it that way. So we've got to take this issue off the table. So we're being able to use it for proportional amounts of those types of things. It's customary in other counties, large counties. I think we do it too, and I think that would simplify things for our staff. So I would recommend that as a follow-up action. It's something that we do. I'm in support of the items that need to be done, I guess. Couple of quick notes. I know we had discussed somewhat in the past that we had one food services vendor and we went through a procurement and we had identified, moving forward with a particular food services vendor. The sheriff arbitrarily removed that one and went with another one, which is managing the operations right now. To what extent, I mean, and this is really related to sort of the kitchen items, they're in there cooking, right? This food services vendor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To what extent does our do our contractual things say that they should be reviewing these items, reporting back on, breakages, et cetera? Do we know?
So, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, the food service contract does have a couple of provisions as it relates to the maintenance or preventive maintenance of kitchen equipment. We purposely designed the program so that the food service contract would somewhat overlap with the jail maintenance contract so that we'd have two eyes looking at it. Ultimately, Dream is not responsible for the food service contract, so I can't speak to what that administration looks like.
Right.
What we have done is, to the greatest extent possible, support the kitchen operator by completing submitted work orders when submitted in as timely of a fashion as we possibly can.
Okay.
Could I just add to that, though? That's why we, Commissioner Ellis put that bullet point on about confirm and enforce food service contract requirements for that. I don't know if that's exactly where you're going, but we asked the EMSI to look at the contract, work with the contractor, work with Dream and our contractor, and outline a clear set of standard operating procedures for both maintenance, replacement, reporting of equipment, kitchen equipment failure.
Okay. So that contract, let's say, it's not under the auspices of Dream, it's under the auspices of the sheriff?
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right. All right. Again, I'm in support of, in terms of certainly they, these may not have been anticipated expenditures, but, we didn't anticipate we were going to see county money expended on electric Mustangs and Sprinter vehicles too, and we spend, it seemed like about this much on the Sprinter vehicles we were spending on the kitchen. So, and we didn't even get a chance to discuss that one. So, I'm certainly in support of this and moving forward, getting this done in an expeditious fashion.
Commissioner Thorne?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up. It was reported that 6 out of 8 of the kettles were down at one point. I think one of them was leaking carbon monoxide. My question is, how do we let 6 go down? Maybe the sheriff didn't give me factual information, but that was my understanding, that 6 out of 8 were down. It seems like after 2 were down, that repairs would be made or new kettles would be replaced. I don't know if you could touch on that. And then there was also concern over the hood and the ventilation. Is that addressed or working now?
I'll start at the end and work backwards.
Okay.
The exhaust hoods that you referenced, they've all been repaired and back in operation. We actually replaced the entire assembly. There was motor bearing issues that were preventing a couple of them from working. As it relates to the kettles, to clarify, there were 6 kettles. 2 were present in the jail but had been decommissioned approximately 3 years ago. We just did not take them out, so we left the jail with 6 kettles. One of the things impacting the usage of those kettles was the exhaust hoods not working. So at one point, the cumulative effect of the exhaust hoods, along with the detected gas leak or carbon monoxide, is what brought everything else offline. And as a part of our effort to address all things, we found that there were certain issues with certain pieces of equipment that had not been reported previously. And so now we have all eyes on this one area and a lot of effort going into restoring it to the best of our ability And that's where we are today.
That's it. Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Chairman, I'll be quick. I expect for you all to do what you all need to do, but I want to go on record that I don't expect for you all to speak on behalf of the sheriff. The sheriff has an open invitation to come here at any point and address all of us for any needs, but I would be remiss if I didn't say, oh, I stumped my pinky toe, so I need a new jail. We can't get a new jail. And I just want to be crystal clear, one does not have anything to do with the other. I know that may be offensive to some people, but I just think we get in the weeds with stuff sometimes, and at the end of the day, you all dream, do what you all are supposed to do, but you all don't operate the jail. There's a difference. So thank you, County Manager, thank you for what you all do, and I want to support your recommendations. Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to, substitute motion is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, several have indicated that they're hungry, so it's what is that, 104? We got about 4 more items you're going to do in 4 minutes. Next item, quickly, Madam Clerk.
240518, request approval to rescind a contract with Vantage Point ITAD Incorporated to provide electronic equipment recycling services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
240519, request approval of recommended proposals in the total amount not to exceed $3 million to provide standby emergency repair and restoration services for county facilities.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240521, information technology, request approval for on-call IT services in an amount not to exceed $1,200,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 240522, Public Works, request approval of an IGA with the City of Johns Creek, Georgia, for water main relocations in an estimated amount of $3,781,595.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240523, request approval to extend an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $147,132 to provide air traffic control night coverage services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session. Items of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Please vote. What? Yeah.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
This is it, right? 1, 2. I don't think she's coming back. She's cleaned off. That's the ongoing situation. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Got 5. Madam County Attorney, are you ready? Right. Excuse me. Without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, items from executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a motion to approve representation in item 1 of the executive session agenda?
A motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for representation presented in item 2 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to deny the request for representation presented in item 3 of the executive session agenda?
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for representation and to approve the settlement recommendation in item 9 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the settlement recommendation in item 10 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve settlement recommendation in item 11?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett.
The vote is open. The motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
And final item, is there a motion to approve the settlement recommendation presented in item 12 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman.
The vote is open.
What? Sorry. Thank y'all thank y'all.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank y'all for presiding.
No further items from executive session.
All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 8, Commissioners' action items, 240524, request approval of a resolution of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to repeal Resolution 170820, establishing the annual Joan P. Garner Walk and Health Fair and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne.
All right, Commissioner Barrett.
Commissioner Thorne, per our conversation, I'm fully in support, but I did want to just ask about Commissioner Arrington's request to hold the item. I know he wanted to speak and wasn't here, and I know I don't have the votes to hold it, so I'm not going to waste everybody's time with a motion that isn't going to pass. I just wondered what your thoughts were on that.
Yes, I called him to talk with him initially before the agenda came out, so he could address any concerns he had about the resolution. Since he was the author of it, I thought as a courtesy, I needed to call him. His chief of staff did reach out requesting for me to hold it. I explained to her that time is of essence here. They've already started planning the event. It would be unfair to say, oh, keep planning for 2 more weeks, and we may or may not have it. Also, the permitting process for the city of Atlanta is 60 to 90 days. So any permitting needs to be done right now. And so we need to make the decision right now. Like, actually, we probably should have made the decision a couple weeks ago. I think it's unfair to county staff to leave it lingering. Commissioner Arrington certainly was welcome to express anything he wanted for or against the resolution, any concerns he had. I would have written, if he wanted to write something up, I would have gladly read it here in the meeting, or perhaps he would have gotten another commissioner in his absence to represent his opinions. But as of now, I cannot accept holding the resolution for 2 more weeks.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that it was understood that there was time sensitivity and that in any other circumstance, in theory, he would have been here and been able to have his say. Thank you for that.
So you had the floor, right? So back to Commissioner Thorne, now you have the floor. And the motion on the floor, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. It is seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Thorne.
Yeah, I just wanted to, for anybody in the listening public to understand that this Joan P. Gardner was established in 2017. Commissioner Arrington, when she passed, thought it would be a great way to honor her work and legacy she had with Fulton County, which it was a very, it was established with a true trying to honor her legacy. But from now on, it's kind of lost that. We named the library after her since her passing. The family does not really support continuing on with the walk, as we heard Judge Morrison come down here and say. We feel like it'd be better to celebrate her 365 days out of the year instead of 1. By having her name prominently displayed at the library. The cost has increased and ballooned through the years. In 2017 and 18, it was $25,000 each year. Since then, 21, 22, 23, and now 24, it's at $50,000. So the citizens of Fulton County are paying basically $250,000 to continue this walk. And the return on investment is very low. It's not a very well-attended event. So I also, with Commissioner Arrington requesting to put it on hold, we can't accept that because it is time sensitive. And so I just wish to abolish the Joan P. Gardner Walk. I did receive an email today because I'm all about fitness. I'm all about getting people out to walk and living healthy lifestyles. Somebody reached out to me, a nonprofit. I love my nonprofits. It's called Let's Game, which is Get America Moving Exercise field day that they're having on September 28th. So I encourage all the residents who would normally go to this walk to attend this field day by Let's Game. It's September 28th. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. in Four Corners Park in Peoplestown. And it's not going to cost the taxpayers anything.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I would be remiss if I did not say we should always respect the wishes of the family, but it is not, I do not miss the fact that Commissioner, the sponsor of it, Commissioner Arrington, is not here, and the one who fought for it is what she says. She's not here. So I can't advocate more than the person that it affects. And so for me, it sends a clear message of how important this is. Whether I vote in the affirmative or against it, the two people that want it so badly are absent. And so I want the viewing public to understand that that sends much more of any sentiment or volume than any vote that I placed today.
Commissioner Ellis?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to get involved in any pettiness around any of this. I served with the late Commissioner Joan Garner. She was a friend of mine. I enjoyed working with her as a colleague. We had spirited and fun debate, and we were on different sides of issues at different times, but we worked collectively on many issues, and I have great respect for her and the legacy she left. And I think what's proposed here is a great way to continue to honor her. And I appreciate her spouse coming down and sharing the same. And I'm comfortable with us moving forward on this. I think it'd be a good thing for us as a county.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other comments? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
240490, discussion, Fulton County Development Authority, project selection and community benefit guidelines, foreign direct investment policy, data center policy, and Republic of Korea relationship, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett.
Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the news reports over the past year plus on the 2 data centers that were approved for tax abatements, and we heard some of that this morning in public comment as well, along with the trips and the signing ceremony with Korea also in the news, I asked Sarah Elizabeth Langford to come down, and Samir, who's wandering away, to come down and just to share some information with us on their policies, guidelines, and process for project selection, and also their strategy and plans as it relates to international business development, foreign direct investment, that type of thing. So I understand you have a presentation for us.
Yep, and I'll go through it quickly.
Thank you.
Well, first, thank you for allowing me to come before you today, and thank you for your questions. I'll start with the first slide on just our project selection at Develop Fulton, or the Development Authority of Fulton County. Projects come to our board.
Do you want to go to the next slide?
Yes, next slide. Thank you. Oh, next slide. No. No. Okay, well, projects come to us in a variety of different ways, through Select Fulton and Samir, through the state, through developers coming directly to us, also through community members referring projects and developers. And each project is then analyzed internally to understand the increase in tax revenue to the county, the jobs that will be created, different extreme site challenges that may exist, and what community benefits there will be. And when we analyze an opportunity, understanding those community benefits really allows us to have a seat at the table. So we and the board members are able to understand, if this investment or project comes to this community, what will the community gain? And if the investment or the project doesn't come to the community, what will the community lose? And having this seat at the table allows us to require, encourage developers to use 27% minority participation, specifically in the city of Atlanta, increase the amount of affordable housing beyond just the average lowest statutory requirement, and understand what unique needs of the community the developer can address. For example, there was one specific data center where the community said, we want sidewalks, and we have been trying to get sidewalks, so we were then able to require that developer to include sidewalks as part of their development, which they weren't planning on doing. Next slide. When I think about transparency, we have monthly public meetings where the public is invited and oftentimes comes in person or by Zoom. We have the GASB 77 reporting, which requires us to report before this board on the impact our projects have on tax revenues. We post all of our information on each project that comes before the board on our website. And then, of course, our board members are appointed by this board, so we have representation throughout all Fulton County, and then also from Fulton County Schools and Atlanta Public Schools. Next slide. When we talk about foreign investment, we in general, as a development authority, want to support investment coming to Fulton County. So recently, the board approved Vice Chairman Hall and Chairman Beach to travel to Korea. And since that trip, 2 different delegations from Korea have, as a result of that trip, come to Fulton County. And one group is in negotiations and talks about a possible technology investment, excuse me, on the south side of the county. And that opportunity was, I think, supported primarily by the board because of an understanding that there's certain underserved areas of the county that our board wants to be intentional about when it comes to thinking outside of the box and being intentional about recruiting investment to areas that typically have not seen lots of investment. Next slide. When we select economic development opportunities, it's interesting to me because there never is a one-size-fits-all. Of course, every city in our county is so different, so the needs and the interest in Johns Creek or Alpharetta are totally different than the needs and the interest and the concerns in Union City or Fairburn. Next slide. When we think about data centers have enabled a dramatic increase in tax revenue. I think about over 15 years ago, long before I was at the Development Authority, the board approved a data center for Alpharetta that really helped create that halo effect that we all know how Alpharetta is, with so much subsequent development that came. Next slide. Lastly, a lot of our projects are extremely competitive, so the board will look at what can we do to secure this investment for the county. When I think back to Boston Scientific and I think Alcon on the north side of the county, those were projects that I think were looking at other states and even other countries to possibly invest and land those projects. And so as a result of the Development Authority working with those developers, we secured those opportunities. I think Alcon is now one of the largest employers in Johns Creek. So that's just a summary briefly of how we look at opportunities. Like I said, there's no one size fits all, but I want you all to be informed and to be proud of the work that we do. So thank you for allowing me to speak with you.
Thank you for that. Samir, anything you want to add? Okay. Well, then I'll just go to my questions, and I hope you'll all indulge me. I'm going to take a few minutes, and the reason I'm going to do that is because I do get a lot of questions in my district. You heard some folks this morning at public comment, and I get a lot of that for whatever reason in my district in particular. And so, and I think I have also just some additional interest because I sit on Invest Atlanta and I hear how the work is done there, you know, by comparison. I know the setups are very different in terms of the separate organizations here and all of that. So some of the questions I'm asking are legitimately because I don't quite fully grasp the setup, and I know it's been explained to me multiple times. So it's not for lack of trying. It just doesn't seem like the most logical setup to me. It feels to me that the marketing and the work you all do on the development side should sort of be more hand in hand as opposed to some kind of whatever the agreement is that y'all have. Just a little bit odd. And I would, you know, I think I've asked for a history lesson on this both publicly and privately on multiple occasions, so I won't bore everybody with that. But in terms of specifics, you know, you talk about all projects being different and all of that. Can you talk a little bit more just about, as an organization, what are your sort of annual goals? Do you have annual revenue goals, annual project dollar goals in terms of, you know, how much you expect to do in deals every year? Do you have geographical goals within the county? Can you just speak to that a little bit?
We don't necessarily have financial goals because we want, as a board, the board to be able to evaluate every single project that comes for the merits of the project. And we understand that different cities just may have completely different needs. But in general, we do almost about $2 billion a year in projects. And like I said, that's not necessarily a goal because the market can determine so much. The different leadership in different cities can determine so much, and the needs of the different cities. So we don't really have target goals, but in general, we do about $2 billion in projects a year.
And then so then revenue, how much do you typically do a year?
We have a fee structure, so we receive about 1/8 of 1%. So it costs about $2 million to operate our office. And so $2 million is approximately the fees that we will make off of doing $2 billion. But like I said, the board members really don't even take that into consideration. And I really don't want them to, because I want them to be able to independently evaluate each project on the merits, not at all considering, oh, this is the revenue we need for our office.
Do you present your I'm sorry that I haven't been to more meetings. I jumped in on your most recent one on the Zoom, but I missed the beginning because I had a conflict. But do you present your financials to your board every time? Is that part of the meeting presentation?
It's not part of every single meeting, but we do have a finance committee that meets monthly and presents to the board. And the chair of that, our treasurer, is former Mayor Mike Bodker. And if anyone knows him, he is extremely meticulous when it comes to finances. So I'm very thankful to have him as a treasurer because he is so in the weeds and detailed. And as the chair of our finance committee, I found that's been very helpful to us because he watches every single dollar, and that's very helpful to us as an organization. So he presents at the finance committee, which then presents to the full board.
And do you have, again, speaking to annual goals, do you have an annual goal set for how many jobs you want to bring to the county, or how many affordable housing units, those kind of community benefit goals, anything like that?
You know, it's so difficult to have those type of broad goals because for every single city, their interests are different. Like in Johns Creek, they're not nearly as interested in affordable housing as the city of Atlanta is. And then there's some South cities where I speak to people and they say, well, we don't want to be the dumping ground for affordable housing. So I think it's personally not good to have overall goals that are uniform for every single city because the cities are just so completely different. And then the leadership, you know, the city councils or the mayors are also extremely different. So we really look at them in terms of unique citywide goals and keeping in partnership with each jurisdiction. And then also as having former mayor on our boards, he looks at every single project and says, well, let me have direct communication with the mayor of that city to understand how he views this project. So no, we don't have overall county-wide goals, but definitely we understand the interest and the focus of every single city. And we think about that when every project comes.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie here. I feel like that's a little troubling. I mean, I think we as a county, and you all as a county development authority should have goals in mind for how much affordable housing you want to have available within the county. It's a critical issue right now across the country, and in particular in major urban areas. And just to sort of say, well, they don't want it in this neighborhood or that neighborhood doesn't really excuse us as a county from establishing those goals. So I don't, you know, obviously every project is different, and where the affordable housing lands or goes is certainly up for discussion on each one, right? But I do think it would behoove us to have some goals that we're working towards on that front. On page 2, you talked about a couple of points that you look at for project evaluation. You mentioned increased tax revenue, jobs, site challenges, and community benefit. And, you know, again, I'm just sort of looking for some standards. Is there kind of a standard number of jobs created by a particular kind of project? I mean, I brought up data centers for a reason. You know, they are not big job creators. So I'm just wondering, again, how you measure a project and say, this is worthy to bring to our board. We think this is right for the community if you're not looking at a set number of jobs or a particular number of housing units.
Well, the standard that we use is typically 5 times the hurdle rate. So with every single project, we would want at least to have 5 times the taxes generated from that investment. And with data centers, like you mentioned, it's very unique project to project because data centers, although they typically don't create hundreds of jobs, they are looked at as a very large investment that doesn't put as much burden like on the school systems. And typically those data center investments are beyond $1 billion investments. So the last one that the board considered, I think, was $1.8 billion. and we talked with the community where that data center was going, and they understood that this probably would lead to approximately 100 jobs, but the increase in tax revenue was $200 million over that 10-year period. And the leadership, the mayor of that city said, we need this increase in tax revenue. And there was a lot of different discussion about it on the board, and it was kind of frustrating because he said, you know, when these projects are considered on the south side, there's so much discussion. On the north side, it's very different, and they're automatically approved if that city leadership supports it. So it's just a case-by-case basis, but we really try to rely on what is this doing for the community. On another one, we had Representative Dr. Looney and Erica Long from Atlanta Public Schools, Dr. Looney from Fulton County, and they were very adamant in the public meeting telling the developer, okay, you're asking for this incentive, what are you gonna do for us as a county? And they really burned the developer in the meeting and made them agree to create AI technology in the school systems, internships with certain organizations, and we're still working through those negotiations because, of course, we want to get as much as possible for the county, the Atlanta Public Schools and Fulton County Schools. But again, it's an opportunity for us to be at the table. There another data center that I remember, maybe it was $1.6 billion. That's the one that provided the sidewalks. And in addition to that, we made sure that they had different minority organizations participate. I think the contractor was Brassfield and Gorey, who has a very strong minority partnership program. And one of the minority technology companies spoke at our meeting and said, but for you all requiring this developer to do this, we wouldn't have a seat at the table. So that's the difficult part about economic development, that our board has to weigh the pros and the cons, and if there are not enough pros, then it's on them as a board to do what Dr. Looney, what Erica Long did in that meeting and say, I don't see enough benefit here, and for me to approve this, I want to make sure that you are providing enough benefits. So that's what they do with every single project, but it's definitely a very complicated and nuanced process, and different jurisdictions see it very differently. You may remember the QTS data center where Mayor Dickens really fought back and said, no, I want them to provide more affordable housing. We talked to the developer and they said, well, we're not an affordable housing developer, but that project did not end up going through because there was not enough affordable housing, because that's what that city cared about in that particular instance. So with every single one, the board just analyzes what are the benefits and what, if any, are the negative aspects. And if they approve a project, it's because they see more benefits to that city than any negatives.
On the data centers, since we're on that path, I feel like in the case of the Microsoft, the most recent one that was the Microsoft data center in particular, but I believe this was similar for the one for X, in that, do you consider whether or not they're likely to do the project anyway? I mean, the Microsoft project seemed fairly likely to go there. From what I understand from the reporting the AJC did, Microsoft owned the land. So they were going to likely develop that land or develop that space and use it for that exact purpose. And yet we still gave them a fairly significant tax abatement. I think that was the one that was, what, 75 million? I think so. And so I find that one particularly confusing. And you also mentioned transparency, and while I appreciate the open meetings, we're here too, there's still plenty that happens that isn't made available, and in particular as it relates to the Microsoft data center, it wasn't publicly known that the land was owned by Microsoft until after the board approved the 75 million. So that doesn't feel particularly transparent to me. And again, the people in my community are very frustrated with those kinds of abatements. We hear people lining up to talk to us about the millage rate and not, increasing the millage rate and trying to get our commercial properties to pay their fair share of taxes. And then, you all are a separate body we have no control over. And, from the way my constituents see it, you're giving away tax dollars, but we could definitely use them here. So this is why I'm sort of being a little bit hard on you and asking these kinds of questions. And by the way, I understand also that you're answerable to your board, Sarah Elizabeth, and not making all these decisions on your own. So by no means is this about you. Yeah. But I'm just wondering, how does it happen that a decision gets made when it's very likely that they would have done it anyway?
I think that's what my board is charged with considering. So in that particular case, there was a NDA agreement such that they did not let us know the owner of the land. And at that point, I think it was owned by an edged organization. And so that's when we go to the local city, and Mayor Williams spoke very adamantly at that meeting about how he supported that development. And I think the board really relied on his support. And they do consider in every single one whether or not the project would come anyway. And so then they have to consider where else is this development likely to go. And there are a few other states around the country that are kind of vying for this type of business. So that's just the considerations that they make. But I think in that particular instance, they really relied on Mayor Williams and his extreme support for what that could do for his community. But typically, if the board ever feels that an opportunity would come anyway, then you're right. There is not a purpose in providing a reduction in taxes if we know for sure they're going to come.
It certainly feels to me like that one, and probably the X one as well, in which, and I believe, again, I'm saying what I'm reading in the paper here, but I also read in the paper, or I think in multiple articles, that on the X data center, it was about $700 million worth of equipment, and $500 million of it had already been shipped and was already here. So the deal was agreed on, only $200 million left to come. Not that that's a small number, but nonetheless, it seemed like it was going to happen. And yes, there was some discussion about they were going to keep those, that equipment in Oregon instead, if not. But I mean, sometimes you just have to ask yourself if that's the negotiation tactic on their part. And there's no reflection on you, just a broader statement to the world, the listening public, whomever. I think corporations have a responsibility here, and I think the idea that just because these incentives exist, that corporations they have it built into their development strategy to come to you and to go to Invest Atlanta and go to Georgia and every surrounding county and see who will give them the best deal when they don't need a deal. They are going to build that place somewhere in this country, but they are shopping for the best deal, and that is on the backs of citizens in whatever town, county, city, state they land in. And when they compete, it's even worse. When Amazon did that thing and they had everybody spending money trying to do these massive presentations, that was on the backs of taxpayers all across the country when they didn't need a single incentive to move forward. So no reflection on you all, but I think the whole, concept is flawed. And I think that corporations who are, many of them are now claiming to have corporate responsibility and all of that are not actually in good faith being responsible corporate citizens in that way. Again, nothing to do with y'all, but just felt like it needed to be said. I want to switch gears before I let you guys go. And again, colleagues, please just indulge me another minute or two. Mr. Chairman, maybe you want to talk about this as well, but I'd like to hear more about sort of the engagement with Korea, again, mostly because it's been in the paper several times, and I'm having citizens ask me about it. You mentioned in your deck, I think on page, I guess it's like the fourth slide on foreign direct investment, says you're sort of willing to consider investment opportunities, but this one seems more like something we went after. So I'm just wondering, what's the overall strategy? Are we looking at other countries? How do we sort of decide which countries we think might likely bring projects here? How does that sort of work for you as a group?
I think that one really was a result of understanding the state's relationship and intentions with Korea, and so kind of piggybacking on that. And I think the board also, I guess the overall strategy was understanding that there's certain areas of the county that historically have received a lot less development and investment. And so to rectify that, you have to think out the box and be extremely aggressive. And again, I mentioned our treasurer watching every dime. So we discussed it in a public meeting, and the board approved a very limited amount of funding for that effort. And again, I think it was just the board's understanding that it's their responsibility as board members to be able to report to our entire county of what they're doing to attract investment to underserved areas. And so that, I think it just was a result of Governor Kemp's intention with Korea. They've made several trips as a state and supported that trip and gave us gifts to provide. So it was really piggybacking on what we knew was already in play for our state. But we want to be supportive, and we want to be able to think outside of the box for areas that just typically don't receive a lot of attention and investment. And sometimes we see that our local players aren't as willing to look at areas that typically have been underserved, sometimes a lot less than foreign investors are able to see things that sometimes local developers here aren't used to seeing. They're more common to going to the north side and kind of just looking over the potential of certain areas on the south. So that was just the board trying to be intentional with that effort.
Sorry, just for clarification, did you say that the state sent you guys sort of the Korea opportunities?
No, I don't think they sent it to us. I think that was just a general understanding that the state had already gone to Korea. And so us knowing that that relationship existed as a country that we wanted to be and that we knew investment could possibly come from. And there had already been some efforts made.
Did you want to?
Yeah, and you asked what's next after Korea, India in October, and Qatar in November.
That's awesome. Can you expand a little bit on how those decisions are being made?
I mean, which?
Yeah, where to go sort of target. I mean, I'm sure they're all great. I'm just wondering kind of
Yeah,
what the strategy is.
India, this will be the second or the third effort in India. And there are organizations there and here that are interested in promoting not only Georgia, but within the state of Georgia, Fulton County. My goal is to introduce Fulton County to businesses, political leaders, wherever they may be, but in target areas of the world, because it's impossible for them to invest in Fulton County, bring businesses and jobs to Fulton County if they don't know about Fulton County. So Korea was first, strike that India was first, Korea was second, back to India and Qatar. We had about a month ago, I believe, representatives from the embassy of Qatar here. They have tons of money if you follow international economics to invest. They're very interested in investing in Fulton County. They know Georgia, but they did not know Fulton County. They've been here and they're coming back here. They're also very interested in investing in, they were not familiar with the concept of HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities. They are aware now and do plan to come back, and I would be shocked if we do not see substantial investment in our local HBCUs, particularly from Qatar or Qatar, depending on your pronunciation. So I'm comfortable with what we're doing. We're going to do more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Samir, can I just tap you for a minute to talk about that a little bit? Because I know, unlike, it sounds like there's not really goals and what have you on the developed Fulton side, but I feel like you have a little bit more. I know you report to that guy, so you have a little more structure.
May I
think.
finish?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you weren't finished. My apologies.
No. I was going to say, I don't know about their goals, but my goal, twofold. Number one, to introduce these investors and political leaders to Fulton County and to get them to invest in Fulton County. And that investment translates into jobs for our people. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I appreciate that. What'd you say? Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to know sort of, because you do have sort of, as far as I understand, sort of a plan for kind of what you are, who you are marketing to, so to speak. So can you just speak to that? Do you have any part of what you're doing that is targeted at foreign direct investment?
Well, so maybe I'd back up a little, just on the segmentation, right? Again, I always like to think about Develop Fulton as getting the building and the commercial real estate out of the ground. What we at Select Fulton, kind of as the storytellers and marketers, and then working more state competitive projects. So again, these are the Visas or the Microsofts of the worlds that are looking nationally for making investment plays. And so we work with the state to decide all the way from site selection and then sometimes incentives. How do we get that opportunity, that job center, not the building, but the job center to locate here? And so some of our measurables internal to the county, it's all available on our performance dashboard. KPIs we look at is project activity. As I was mentioning this morning, there's tons of opportunity that's coming to Fulton County. We really like to measure, are we converting those opportunities? So it's really how many projects are we getting in front of? How many eyeballs are we getting on Fulton County and seeing, is that growing or falling over time? And if it's falling over time, it means we're not getting in front of those opportunities. Again, if the real estate doesn't make sense or they can't find their workforce, I don't see that as our fault on not being able to convert on that opportunity. Similar with kind of the marketing side of things. How many eyeballs are we getting in front of through our social media channels, through kind of our weekly press releases that we do? Again, being the marketing and storytellers that Metro Atlanta starts here, we're number 4 nationally. That's part of the ethos that we take on. I think you had a final question as a part of that. Foreign direct investment. Again, we try not to do anything in isolation, and Select Fulton always try to do it collaboratively, just like you saw this morning. So we don't try to go to trade shows or the like without State of Georgia and Metro Atlanta Chamber or someone else involved. It's hard to get people focused on county government sometimes just because internationally, again, as I said this morning, people know markets, they know Atlanta. It's more difficult to get a focus on Fulton. But to maybe Sarah and the chairman's point about specifically Korea, the state is throwing so much money at it, and they're getting so much attention and attraction around it. I think where we have the alternative recruitment strategy is that we can go off some of those ancillary support things that come with a lot of these mega plants. So we talked this morning about SK Innovation, who has their IT center up in Roswell. We've got LG Chem, who has their USA America's headquarters. So it's like those office, corporate, other components that I do think we have an opportunity to go after. Candidly, we've been building out our organization, building trust back in our 15 cities, and so have left a lot of that work to the Metro Atlanta Chamber and the state of Georgia to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Let me add one other thing. I mentioned India and Qatar, but let's all be aware that in 2026, FIFA in the World Cup, we got 8 countries, I think, coming. 16 matches, is that right? Or 16 and 8, whatever it is. That's going to be a golden opportunity for Fulton County to shine. And it's my goal, Chamber of Commerce aside, City of Atlanta aside, Fulton County is going to shine during the World Cup, period. And the reason for that is, once again, to introduce these people. The folk who are coming here are top-level folk who are coming, business leaders, political leaders in the world from these countries. First goal, introduce them to Fulton County, identify businesses that would be interested in investing in Fulton County. So that's an opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the 7 of us that sit here, so we cannot miss it.
I appreciate that. With your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, it's been a minute since we spoke about it, but you and I spoke, I think it's maybe a month and a half ago or something, about asking Develop Fulton and Select Fulton to come on a regular basis, a quarterly report like we do with MARTA and Invest Atlanta and some others. So I wanted to make that ask official, that you guys come with kind of a report on a quarterly basis. And the more specific you can get, the better. Those dashboards and dollars, and I think would all be super helpful for the public to know. And I would just encourage your board to maybe think about putting some of those types of metrics in place around community benefit. I think it would really help. And it's one of the reasons I find the whole model a little bit confusing, because I think having that marketing help sometimes sometimes it is about the story not getting told. It's not so much that the project is bad, it's just that the story isn't being told in the right way. And sometimes it probably isn't one that the public would like. But either way, I think, having an opportunity to come here and share more along the way, I think will be really useful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I appreciate the work you've done. I've attended many of your meetings. If I don't attend, someone on my staff attends to keep me in the loop. My appointees on the board do a very good job, or my appointee on the board, but as well as Bob's appointee always keeps me in the loop on what's going on. So I do appreciate your work. And I want to stress, please, please don't have uniform standards and policies across the entire county. Every city is unique. Even in my district, there's so much difference between Johns Creek and Roswell, Alpharetta, Roswell, much less Alpharetta and South Fulton or something. We're unique cities and we want to keep unique. I do appreciate you really weighing the mayors of every city having a tremendous weight on your decisions. My board member assures me that he is not going to approve a project that the mayor does not approve of in that city. He is not going to push that project, and I think that's very, very important. Secondly, don't believe what you read in the paper. I'm finding that to be quite true these days. No offense, Jim Gaines over there, you do a great job, but some of your counterparts, I would say, not so much. So anyway, with the data centers, I was there for two of those meetings, QTS and the most recent Microsoft one. I did reach out to friends that build data centers, and nothing you guys are offering is in the negotiations. They do it all the time. They expect. It's an expectation. The firm that I talked to is DC Blocks. They opened a $1.8 billion facility. They have facilities in Douglas and Rockdale counties, so we are competing with adjacent counties. So I think it's important that we remain competitive because our land is more expensive. So they're already paying more for land to come into our counties. I think it's very, very important that we're perceived as corporation friendly as well. And I know it's tough to juggle when you're negotiating, but I think it's good to see that we are a welcome mat. In my area, I have a lot of Indian and Asian businesses in my area, and I have met with delegations from India that have come in here. And I do see the importance of having you be that welcoming person when they come, because they don't even know the difference between a mayor, a commissioner, a city councilman. You know, they have so many questions to ask, and they can't afford to necessarily hire somebody to negotiate their moving of their businesses or relocating their businesses here. So I do see the importance. I think you guys do an excellent job in that area. And I just encourage my fellow commissioners to watch your meetings and get more informed along the way. And thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. This being my 4th year here, I have to say that I commend what I've seen the work Select Fulton and the Development Authority. I think sometimes stuff get politicized unnecessarily. I know under the late Marty, one of the things he fought for was those businesses to come to the South Side. And sometimes we had to make certain concessions because the story they had been given was to go one area and not the other, and that was not true. With all due respect with the AJC, depending on what day you see it, I could be the demon or I can be the nightingale. So it's incumbent on me to be informed and also inform my community. Sometimes my community gets wind of stories and they'll call me, and the story will be 360 degrees different from what they got. Case in point, some people in my neighborhood said they heard that, oh, we were blocking affordable housing being on Fulton Industrial. We were not blocking affordable housing being on Fulton Industrial. Fulton Industrial was not conducive for us putting affordable housing as what they saw affordable housing, whether it was a shelter, whether it was something just for daily. See, a lot of times we, and when I say we, I'll even put myself in it. We move off emotion instead of business and intellect. And that's not to demean any of my colleagues, but the task you all have is a tremendous task. You're trying to balance everything and attract. And I have to say this, you know, in front of the chairman. We have not always been internationally attractive, sir. And I commend you for giving us an opportunity to be that way, because we have not. And the work that you all have done have made us more and more attractive internationally. And if we always are going to say, well, Fulton County is a big thing, we've got to be competitive. We've got to understand that there are pieces to the puzzle. I know we heard people come in this morning and say, well, why would you do this and why would you do that? But what the people that came this morning didn't tell anybody, both of them on the ballot. So airtime is airtime. So let's be fair about the Development Authority. I commend you all, because from the time that I came in here to now, you all have been tremendous in the transparency. You've been tremendous in the Balancing Act. Tomorrow, if the Development Authority finds a cure for cancer, somebody's gonna say, well, you didn't find it quick enough. You're always gonna have your critics, and there's nothing wrong with critics, because I have mine. But I think what I would like to see you all continue to do is to work with us, but understand your role is to attract the businesses. Your role is economic development. Your role is to how do we balance what the mayor, what the city council, and see what you can get for the constituents. That is not an easy task. And many people who sit back and watch what you all do have a lot to say about it and don't even know how the process works. So what I would suggest is individuals to reach out. They can, every commissioner down here has an appointee on the Development Authority. You all have been very transparent in what you're doing, but I would like what you're already doing is to make sure that the underserved areas get on the map. I would like to see what you're already doing, which is to make us truly an international county. You know, people talk about Atlanta being international, and then they, you know, Atlanta sits in Fulton. And I was so impressed this morning to see all those stakeholders come out. That speaks to volumes. It's not about a picture. It's not about a proclamation. It's about progress. How do we progress if we're not at the table? How do we progress if we have developers and other people say, well, you know, I wanted to come to Fulton County, but it's so political. You know, if you don't talk to this right person, and I understand the game, how it's played, but we should change the game. And so I want to thank you all for what you're doing. I want to see more international chairman. I want to see myself on one of those trips, chairman. I'm putting it out there. But really, truly, we have to move forward and do what's best for not just the community. We have to do what's best business-wise. And we have to make sure that we're truly on the stage other than in track at Olympics. And that's going to go over some of you all's head. But competitively, business-wise, we've got to make sure we're competitive. We got to make sure that we're putting our best foot forward. And I don't want to get in your lane. Samir, you know I don't want to get in your lane. But I do want to commend you all for the good work that you've done so far. And I expect even greater things.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I want to thank you for the presentation as well. I guess, I don't know, there's a lot of things that were said. But just to, you know, kind of reframe things a little bit. So there are really two big development authorities in Fulton County, right? There's the Invest Atlanta and this one, right? There are multiple, right? But two fairly large size ones, right? That can have the ability to do very large transactions. One is oriented clearly towards one city and has the ability to be in perfect alignment with them, et cetera, right? So you can coordinate and all that, right? That's not the Fulton County Development Authority.
Correct.
Right? You are bringing and representing 15 different cities, and therefore there's not going to be alignment, right? I think we've all, if you've ever sat through a joint meeting of all Fulton County mayors and this Board of Commissioners, you can quickly understand that. So you're trying, your board and yourselves are trying to take all of that collective in and make the most informed decisions, right? And do it in a way that's yielding the right economic impact and balances out, kind of what we're doing in terms of, tax benefits in exchange for that. I believe it was, how many years ago, Mr. County Manager, that we implemented the thing where we, it was a result of a change, it was a FASB standard or something like that.
Like GASB 77.
GASB 77. And we've been reporting on that each and every year, which really gives a breakdown in terms of, kind of where abatements have gone, what has been the impact of them, et cetera, right? So we've been transparent in terms of what's out there. Just like any approval for a type of zoning, approval for any type of vote or whatever, any decision you all make is going to be, subject to question. There are going to be people that disagree with it and have different views on it. So, that's the work you're required to do. But you have been reporting back in a transparent fashion in public to this board. Your reports are published, et cetera, in terms of about how those abatements have been used. So there has been a clear attempt to provide transparency into that. So that's nothing new, right? You've been before us on that. You also, your scope of work is much more limited in terms of your ability to do other things, right? I mean, you're generating, you think so roughly 2 million in fees, sort of in a good year. Your counterpart, Investment Atlanta, receives revenues of upward of what?
I don't know what their revenues are, but they have a specific line item from the city of Atlanta for their funding.
Right. So it's just, they're apples and oranges in terms of, my point being in terms of what the two organizations do and what they're tasked with. So I just would caution us to not try to say these are the same type of entities and they should be doing the same types of things. So, all right, thank you.
Other comments? Okay, this whole notion of these data centers have come up, and I would encourage us to be mindful that there are about 30 of them planned, and most of them in the south side, South Fulton County. I mean, you'd have hell to pay if you tried to put a data center up north, and it's going to be devastating to South County from the point of view of water and electricity going forward. So, I mean, the allure of the tax dollars, that's like a narcotic. But the impact that's going to have on the quality of life is going to be significant. So we and they need to understand that. Anyway, anything else? All right. Next item, back to anything else before we go back to the millage rate? All right, Madam County Attorney, what were you able to determine regarding advertisement, special meeting, and so forth? Dr. Ferdinand, come on down, please, sir. I'd like to hear from you.
So in a joint effort of our office, the Finance Department, the Tax Commissioner's Office, and even an assist from the Georgia Department of Revenue, that my office has finally kind of synthesized and can stand by, we believe that your authorization of or adoption of a new millage rate on a date after today would require one final reposting of a notice, because the statute requires the date and time of the adoption to be in the notice, and therefore that notice would be inaccurate to reuse for a different date of adoption. So we would have to post another notice of the new date of adoption. We would be able to use the prior hearings, so we wouldn't have to redo the hearings, but there would have to be one final notice. That would have to be at least 7 days prior to the date of the meeting at which the millage rate is adopted. And in consultation with the AJC, where it would be posted, they require 7 days notice. So in order to even make a posting that would allow you to adopt the millage rate at your next regular meeting in August, we would have to give them the advertisement by 4 p.m. today, which is their cutoff, just to get it posted by August 14th so that you could reconsider the millage rate on August 21st. So that's what you would have to do if you don't adopt it today.
All right, Dr. Ferdinand, from your perspective, any issues that not adopting the rate today would present or could present, possibly present?
Yes, there are issues that would present itself. The first would be the 96% collection rate that the county assumes at the end of the year. We would not be able to get a 96% collection rate. Today would be the day to get a due date of 10/30, which could give you a 96% collection rate. You shift that out 2 weeks based on the information you have now, that would give us a 11/15 due date and a 94 to 95% collection rate. Then you also have to factor in how many appeals you have, which could reduce how much revenue, notwithstanding the collection rate. I got it right? But in addition to what you said, if you raise the millage rate, then you have to really begin again and advertise the millage rate and all that stuff. The county attorney's timeline assumes you're not going to raise the millage rate above what you have here. In that case, you just advertise the 5-year history.
I would agree. I did omit that portion. This is all assuming that you adopt a millage rate at or below the amount that was previously advertised.
But I would add, it has been a long time since we had a 10/15 due date, because information always comes to us a little late. But this year, we have a really unique opportunity to get that 10/30 due date and the 96% due date. The assessors work very, very diligently on getting the information a little more earlier than normal, and we were prepped to even start calculating there with certain amount of risk built into the program. But if it's not Saturday, then it will be business as usual in terms of a 10/15, which is a late due date, and a less than 96% collection rate. And with the amount of appeals you have, the revenue, even though you might get a 95% collection rate, the amount of revenue collected would be less because of the appeals there, which is built at very often 85%. I got it right? Yeah,
Yes, sir, I agree with your assessment.
Okay, questions, comments? So we've gone from what, where did we start today? 8.55, is that what it was? What?
8.87.
No. The rollback, what did we start with? 8.
I believe it was 8.55.
We've gone to 8.55, 8.70, 8.77, and is there anything else between 8.77 and 8.87 that we can try? But I just strongly encourage us to make a decision today. My tenure here, this has never happened before, and Madam CFO, in your tenure, you don't recall a situation where we did not. I think I heard you say that earlier, because I certainly do not recall.
No, there isn't one that's coming to mind. 2017 was a rough year with the digest reset. Outside of that, I can't think of another time that we did not approve the millage rate when it was presented to the board.
Okay, well, I encourage us not to leave here today without agreeing one way or the other. Commissioner Ellis, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I would certainly encourage us to do the same. Not only for what's, kind of meeting deadlines and all that sort of stuff, it's important, but also for, what's right for our citizens. And, I think there's room for us to all compromise our positions here somewhat and get agreement on this to move forward. And I think, practically speaking, if we don't, by pushing it out, we're probably going to wind up being at the same effect of that in terms of revenue impact anyway. But I'll offer up, in the spirit of that, I'll offer up one more attempt at a compromise here. And that would be to set the millage rate at 8.80. I'm not personally excited about that. I'd like to see it lower, but also know that we all have sort of different views around this, and we need to reach an agreement on behalf of our county and all our citizens. You can do my math for me again on this, but I believe that that represents a $5 million differential in terms of anticipated collected revenues between the 8.87 and the 8.80. Is that?
If we go with 8.80, it's going to be about $18 million reduction from the approved revenue amount in 2024 budget.
Versus 12 million less?
Versus 12 million, yes.
Okay, so it's $6 million. You can look back at all our trending, anything we've ever done, that's a number in which we could manage within and handle. So I will offer that up as an alternative proposal for consideration in hopes that we could achieve some resolution of this today. So that's my motion.
All right, proposed motion by, not a proposed, a motion by Commissioner Ellis. Do I hear a second to the Ellis motion for 8.80? Is there a second? One more time. Is there a second? All right, the motion fails for lack of a second. I would move that we set the millage rate at 8.87. Seconded by Commissioner Barrett. What? Yeah. We got a new motion. That's not correct. Yeah. I'm gonna say one more time. If we didn't have these machines, I could do it quicker. All right. This one? All right. Discussion? All right, motion on the floor is to approve at 8.87. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay. So, when can we call, do we need to call a special meeting, or we can take care of it at the next regularly scheduled meeting?
I would recommend the next regularly scheduled meeting because due to the amount of time it takes to post in the paper, the earliest date on which you could consider it is your next regular meeting if we send the advertisement right now.
Okay. Any other matters to come before us today? Any other items?
Chairman.
Yes.
I just want to take a quick point of personal privilege. I meant to do this at the beginning. I wanted to go on record thanking Officer Ibanez and also Officer Allen. Both of them are Fulton County police officers. There was an issue in my district with a homeless person, a homeless youth that suffered from some mental issues, and they de-escalated the situation. And in a day and time when so many police officers, you hear about the ones where unfortunately people lose their lives, I just wanted to publicly commend both of them and the Fulton County Police Department with their training. They de-escalated a very dangerous situation where someone's life could have been taken, and I just wanted to publicly commend not only the Fulton County Police Department, but Officer Allen and Officer Ibanez. So I meant to do it at the beginning.
What's the second officer?
Ibanez. Ibanez. Well, you're the international person. If you take me on some trips with you, maybe I know what to say. Thank you for correcting me.
All right. Any other matters that come before us today? All right. This is it. We are adjourned. Thank you.
for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.